Good afternoon. I'm Larissa Bungo, Senior Advisor for the White House Initiative on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders, and the Designated Federal Officer to the President's Advisory Commission on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders. It is my pleasure to welcome you today to the Commission's main meeting. Since the Commission's inaugural meeting in February of this year, the Commission has been hard at work preparing recommendations that the full Commission will hear in detail today, as well as the public. I want to extend my sincere appreciation to each member of the Commission for sharing your invaluable time, expertise, and knowledge with us, and for your hard work coming up with the recommendations that we'll hear today. I want to pivot to talk a little bit about how the Commission works. As you know, this is a Federal Advisory Committee. It operates under the regulations of the Federal Advisory Committee Act. The advisory committee process ensures independent review in an open and transparent manner with opportunities for public participation. I'd like to share some operational guidelines that will help us make sure all voices are heard. This meeting is being live streamed. An American Sign Language interpreter and closed caption services for hearing impaired is provided. We will not receive oral comments during this meeting. However, you may submit written comments through the entire Commission process. We want to hear from you, and we encourage you to submit written comments to aanhpicommission@hhs.gov. These will be shared with the entire Commission for their consideration. If any members of the Commission are contacted by special interest groups, we ask that you please refer the contact to the White House Initiative team, and we will arrange to share the information with the full Commission. I also invite the public to visit our website at hhs.gov/about/WHIAANHPI for updates and information. On the website, you can find information about the Commission, including the Commission's charter, the Commissioner's bios, our meeting materials, and we will also post information about future meeting dates and locations on the website and through the Federal Register notice. With that, I would now like to introduce Ms. Crystal Ka'ai, Executive Director of the White House Initiative and the President's Advisory Commission on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders. Crystal is the first Native Hawaiian to be appointed to the role, where she is responsible for advising the Biden-Harris administration on the coordination and implementation of federal programs, policies, and initiatives to advance equity, justice, and opportunity for Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islander communities. It is my pleasure and honor to introduce Crystal.
Thank you, Larissa, and aloha everyone, and happy Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. As the Executive Director of both the White House Initiative and President's Advisory Commission on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the second meeting of this President's Advisory Commission. Before we begin, I want to take a moment to honor the legacy of a true trailblazer and icon, the late Secretary Norman Y. Mineta, who passed away last week. In addition to being the first Asian American ever appointed to a presidential cabinet, he was also the first chair of the inaugural President's Advisory Commission on Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, and helped to build so much of the national infrastructure for our communities that still exists today. We know that Secretary Mineta's legacy will continue to live on through the generations he inspired and the institutions he helped to create, including this commission. And so with that in mind, I want to extend my sincere thanks to all of our commissioners here today. And I also want to especially thank our co-chairs, Health and Human Services Secretary Javier Becerra and U.S. Trade Representative Ambassador Catherine Tai, as well as our Chief Commissioner Sonal Shah for their tremendous leadership. There is no question that we have a remarkably strong commission that not only reflects the rich diversity of our AA and NHPI communities, but also brings invaluable expertise and experience to the work you are doing. And when you were appointed by the President, as well as sworn in by Vice President Harris earlier this year, we were still living in a largely virtual world. And so your inaugural meeting, your two-day meeting, as well as all of your subsequent subcommittees meetings have been done entirely on Zoom. But we are very thrilled that today we are able to gather here in person with all of our commissioners present at the White House. And in just 3 short months, you have had over 50 subcommittee meetings. So I want to thank each and every one of you for powering through your Zoom fatigue, working across multiple time zones, and meeting in earnest to craft the recommendations that you will be discussing today. At the heart of this commission's efforts is an ambitious mandate to advance equity, justice, and opportunity for our AA and NHPI communities. So today, as you work to discuss and vote on your recommendations to the President, remember the oath you took in February and know that your work has the potential to resound across government and to create lasting change for decades to come. So thank you again to our commissioners for your leadership and for your service. We are so honored to have you all here today. We know that today's meeting is just the beginning of the continued work that you will do to build a brighter future for our communities. Now I have the distinct honor of introducing our co-chair, Secretary Javier Becerra, who is the 25th Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services and the first Latino to hold this office in the history of the United States. Secretary Becerra previously served as the Attorney General of the state of California, as well as 12 terms in Congress as a member of the U.S. House of Representatives, fighting for justice and equity throughout his career. He has also been a longtime champion and friend to our AA and NHPI communities. So Secretary Becerra, we are honored to have you with us. I'll turn it over to you.
Crystal, thank you very much. Actually, I owe Crystal a great deal, and I know you do too. And you don't often get the praise that you deserve, but if we could just give Crystal and her team all the applause for everything they do. This is not easy work, and I know you are not easy to work with, right? Because you're here because you know how to demand that things get done, and so that's good. We want people who are going to push, so thank you for being part of this commission. I want to wish everyone here a happy Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. I hope that this is truly a month where we can celebrate after you submit some of your comments from your work as committees and subcommittees. I think it's only appropriate that in our first in-person meeting, we have this opportunity to discuss where we're going to go. And so congratulations for making it to Washington, D.C. I am thrilled that Ambassador Tai is such a great partner in so many different efforts, but in this one as well. I think we are both thrilled that we have this opportunity to be co-chairs of this initiative and with you on this commission, and we look forward to working with you. To each and every one of you, I remember from seeing all the names how tough it was to narrow it down to just you, and so please recognize how important that seat is that you are in. So many other people who desperately wish to have an opportunity to make a difference wanted to sit where you're sitting and don't have that opportunity. So please, as I said a little earlier today, please hit it out of the park for them as well, because they wish you to succeed as we do. I want to also acknowledge, as Crystal did, a dear friend, a buddy, in many ways a brother, Norman Netta, who I got to learn from when I was in Congress for so many years. And even after that, we were good friends. It is a big loss. He was a big American hero in so many different ways to so many of us, but he was a gentle giant, and that's what I loved the most, is that he knew his power, but he didn't try to go out there and publicly wield it. He just got things done. And I hope that's a lesson for the rest of us. We have a lot of power, but we just do it quietly and we'll get it done, and that counts for so very much. I think it's important to start off talking about our mission, and I think I can sum it up in 3 words: equity, justice, and opportunity. And if we are true to our mission, we will make a difference. It is something that the NHAAPI community deserves. It is something that we have to work on now, and it is something that I guarantee you is a goal of the president as well. And so we have a lot to accomplish. The AA and NHPI community have faced a pretty steep hill over the last several years. We're essentially facing 2 pandemics, COVID and the blight of racism. It is tough to deal with one. It is a challenge to have to address both. But today, we see a community that's resilient, that continues to move forward, that continues to create new businesses, that continues to excel in the American life and the American dream. And we see people who are committed to the values of this country, That should take us a long way, and that should inspire you to do some tremendous work as members of this commission. At the end of the day, if we do that mission well, we will give to so many Americans who sometimes have been denied that opportunity a fair shake. And you know what? That's all they're asking, is just give them a fair shake. They'll do the rest. And so we have a mission to accomplish. I want to tell you that the team at HHS, nearly 90,000 strong, is with you. Use us, test us, make us work. We are prepared to do some of this with you. We've already begun the process. The president gave us challenges as well, especially in the area of health equity. We are launching any number of efforts that are targeted at communities that are often left behind. We've launched an equity technical assistance center that provides training and tools, some assistance as well to our own people in our department, so that they can know what the programs are and the policies are that we have that help us reach out to the rest of America that's still looking for that day that they can be treated with that fairness and that handshake. We've worked to make sure that when it comes to the pandemic of COVID, we have been there for everyone. We reach out to those who need us. We don't wait for them to come to us. And as a result, I can tell you that today in America, every community that you can think of has reached at least 80% vaccination rate, at least one vaccine for adults in America. Whereas it was, when I first started a year ago, a disparate treatment of many American communities where they were far behind others. Today, everyone is over 80% vaccination, and we still have work to do to go even higher. So we're not done. I hope you understand that we're not done. I hope that you will help us with the recommendations that you will issue, address anti-Asian hate. I hope you will help us promote health and economic equity. You will help us challenge some of the systemic disparity that impacts us every day, even though we don't see it because we think we're doing nothing but good as public servants, but yet within our own ranks, we sometimes miss something. Please help us get good data, but please help us disaggregate that data so that we can pinpoint where communities are being left behind. And please, I think this to you and to me is critically important. Let's not forget language access is important for everyone in this country. You have work to do. We want to do it with you. Please know we share your goals. I am thrilled that Ambassador Tai and I have an opportunity to be part of this commission. You know your charge. Challenge us. Let's hit it out of the park. Thank you very much. Let me introduce now my partner in crime, and we get into a lot of good trouble, Ambassador Tai. And Ambassador, together I think what we can do is hope that we can light a fire under this commission to do things that everyone is expecting us to do, and we will then have something to report to the president that will really work. Ambassador Tai.
Well, thank you so much, Secretary Becerra. It is an honor to co-chair the initiative with you for all of your legacy and the work that you do around equity, justice, and opportunity for everyone, and here to focus on the AA and HPI community. Also, I'm really delighted to have HHS as a partner for USTR. And I like to tell people that on our first meeting with the commission, we were on Zoom, and you came on the screen. And I know we have a movie star on the commission, but you also looked like a movie star. And I hit mute, and I said to my team, he looks so good. And they said, well, you know, he's a handsome guy. And I said, I know that. And they said, well, I think he's zooming in from the HHS media studio. And I said, oh, well, media studio, that HHS is a great partner indeed if they've got a media studio. So first, let me say happy Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. It is wonderful to be here in person with all of you as we continue to make progress on this incredibly important work. I would like to begin by recognizing Crystal and Rebecca and their entire staff who are working continuously to fulfill President Biden and Vice President Harris's vision for what the initiative and the commission can accomplish, and who I think are on turbocharge and probably high levels of caffeine during the entire month of May. So thank you so much for everything that you're doing. I also know that the commissioners have been very busy over the past few months, and I mentioned that I saw Simon last week in LA, and he was saying, letting me know how many times a week you all have been meeting, and how much work is going into your preparations for this meeting, and overall the commitment that you are all showing. I look forward to reviewing the subcommittee reports and recommendations, and really want to recognize the work of this commission as we get things started. I also will add my tribute to someone whose life work revolved around what we are working on today, and that is former Transportation Secretary Norm Mineta, whom we just lost. Secretary Mineta opened the door and paved the way for so many, including myself, through his service at the highest level of government in the President's cabinet and as the inaugural chair of the initiative and commission. He is certainly missed. My thoughts are with his family and loved ones, but let his inspiration motivate us to work that much harder. As we convene here at the White House today, nearly 23 years after the commission was first established, I am inspired by the collective determination to make meaningful, substantive progress on long-standing issues. Our work is made more urgent by both the persistent challenges and also the acute challenges that our AA and NHPI communities are facing. These are not new challenges. In fact, June 23rd, next month, will mark exactly 40 years since Vincent Chin's murder, when the country was also in a period of economic downturn and tensions with economic competition with Asian economies was running very, very high. Other dates that have come to mind recently, 1882 and the passage of the Chinese Exclusion Act, the first time an immigration prohibition was placed on a particular ethnic group. 1870 in Los Angeles, a massacre of Chinese immigrants, laborers, again, where those that were targeted because of their ethnicity. World War II and the internment of Japanese Americans because of their heritage, even though they had been in the United States for generations. I also want to pause and comment on the aspect of what we're working on, the challenges that are not acute but are nevertheless persistent and pervasive. It's not just the most horrific acts of aggression that we need to address, but the regular bias and discrimination and prejudice and systemic barriers to Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander participation in our society, and the systemic barriers that this initiative is particularly focused on around the federal government being able to provide its services to Americans from this community. That's why what we are doing here is so important, and that's why I'm so grateful to all of you for your service on this commission. We can continue to work collectively to improve and expand access to disaggregated data, because we know that data is key to informed and impactful equitable policy. And one of the great luxuries and privileges of being able to see all of your faces here in this room is to see reflected in all of you the fact that the AA-NHPI community is a community of communities. I'm so incredibly proud to see around the table so many parts of this diverse community represented in leaders like yourselves. We also must make strides in identifying and dismantling language barriers, which we know can be frustrating and intimidating for so many in our community. And we can and must also take some time to celebrate our resilience, our strength, our legacy, and our collective journey as we follow in the footsteps of giants like Secretary Mineta and the many trailblazing public servants, activists, visionaries whose work we carry forward today. So I thank you for the thoughtful commitment that you bring to this work. I look forward to celebrating our shared successes in the months and the years to come. And now I would like to turn over the microphone to our good friend and fearless leader, Erica Moritsugu, the Deputy Assistant to the President and AA and NHPI Senior Liaison, to hear some of her wisdom. Thank you, Erica.
Hafade aloha, talofa, malualele, aka greetings and welcome. Happy Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Ambassador Tai, thank you for the introduction, and to both you and Secretary Becerra for your inspiring leadership as co-chairs of the President's Commission on AA and HPIs, and also for everything else that you do in all ways, have done, do now, and will continue to do. We count on it, and it inspires us. It is absolutely fantastic to convene the commissioners here today after several months and several dozen, maybe 100, virtual meetings. Since February, all of you have spent countless hours of your own personal time outside of your very busy lives and jobs to commit to this work together. You didn't have to do this, but you did it because you're committed to work together to advance equity, justice, and opportunity for our AN and HPI communities. Now, this deputy position that I'm honored to serve in was created just a little over a year ago so that a member of the President's senior staff could act as the voice in the West Wing of the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander perspective, to lift our perspectives up, our needs, our hopes, our challenges, and our joys in all of our administration policies and community engagement and outreach. As the incumbent, I'm charged with making sure that the richness and diversity of our communities are no longer invisible, and that the impacts of our administration's policies are inclusive of, informed by, and communicated back to our communities. But as you well know, it takes a team to carry out these responsibilities, which is why I am honored to work closely with the White House Initiative on AA and HPIs led by Crystal Ka'ai, and together we synchronize with the White House Office of Public Engagement, where our work is directed on behalf of our community by Howard O, to advise the President on efforts like addressing anti-Asian bias and promoting inclusion and belonging for every single Asian American and Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander. Through the joint effort of the 3 pillars, as we've kind of dubbed ourselves, over the past year, we have reinvigorated the government's relationship with the AN and HPI community members. We've listened to the community concerns and celebrated our successes. We've enhanced collaboration within the federal governments and to ensure our seat at the table. And going forward, we'll continue to work hand in hand with the AN and HPI community leaders, who are also our community members, to find solutions to the problems and challenges that are facing us today. I'm proud of the work accomplished by the 3 pillars and our expanded network of teams, you, the commissioners, the 10 regional networks, and our federal agencies that make up the interagency working group. Today, we look forward to learning about your subcommittee recommendations on the priority topics that are so important to our communities: belonging and inclusion, anti-hate and anti-discrimination, health equity, immigration and citizenship, language access, data disaggregation, and economic equity. I'd like to foot stomp a little bit on the tribute to our lost leader, Secretary Norm Mineta. He brought many of us to this work, and it is because of him we get to do this work. We celebrate Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, I think, in his honor, because the spark that he lit within us continues and I think will sustain us. If you haven't had the chance to meet him, just know this: you are here because of him. Okage Samade, Mr. Secretary, we are who we are because of you. Mahalo for the opportunity to work with you and to share this space today. And now I'd like to introduce my colleagues, the core of the 3 pillars from the Office of Public Engagement, Natalia and Howard. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. You know, we're mostly here just to make sure that you can put a face to the name. I know we work with all of you individually in your respective verticals. So it's just so good to see all of you. Natalie Ariela Maurice, I'm Special Assistant to the President and Director of Partnerships. I have the pleasure of working with Howard and about 15 other colleagues that are really the President's front door advocates and ambassadors to our respective communities. Representation matters. I'm so happy to see all of you. I grew up in the Bay Area, in the East Bay, and my day-to-day life looked like all of you here, right? So I'm so happy and so proud and so honored to be in front of you. And I just want you to know, in everything that we do, right? And y'all know we do a lot because you get Howard's emails and calls. And I've seen all of your faces represented in all the efforts that we've done in the last year. Know that we think about your communities respectively. I know when we join Daniel's, on Sunday nights, we'll join your organizations and group meetings with celebrities, right? Like Agent, we see 10 times a day and her staff. And the same with all of you. And we just wanted to be here to show that, yes, you have a great leader in Erica who's able to be your voice in senior staff meetings, which is so valuable. And I just want to take a moment to applaud her because what a privilege it is that we have that opportunity as a community. So let's take a moment. Thank you, Erica, for all your work. And same with Crystal, to have an entire team dedicated to supporting your work is also such a privilege. So I just want to take a moment to say that and to say thank you and to show our face and know that we're here with y'all. I'll now turn it over to Howard, who is the warrior doing all the work in the day-to-day.
Thank you, Natalie. Thank you all. My name is Howard. Many of you know I work for Office of Public Engagement. I actually had jury duty today, so I was a last-minute ad, and I got an email saying that my service has been completed. But I would say my service here is continuing, and it's a big honor to be in this room with you all, and of course to work alongside Crystal, alongside Erica, of course the ambassador and secretary as well. So public engagement, we serve as the entry point to the public. We work with 501c3, C4s. Our goal is to remove barriers and obstacles to ensure the president's message is being carried through with racial equity at the very forefront, which is a lot of reasons why you all are here as well. So honored to be here. Very excited for things planned ahead for this month, and we look forward to the work ahead. So thanks for having us.
Welcome to DC again.
Of course. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Howard and Natalie. We really appreciate you both being here, and thank you to Erica as well. Next, I have the honor of introducing our fearless leader of this commission, our Chief Commissioner, Sonal Shah. Sonal is a social impact and innovation leader who has launched and led social impact efforts in academia, government, and the private and philanthropic sectors for over 25 years. And she currently serves as Interim Executive Vice President of Worldwide Network Advancement at the United Way. And she was also the founding president of the Asian American Foundation, or TAF, which many of you are familiar with. So we are just really grateful for your tremendous leadership, Sonal, keeping this commission just on track. And with that, I just turn it over to you for your remarks.
I know you're gonna. Oh, I do? Okay. Okay, this podium makes me feel really short, just so there. I am so excited to be here with all of you. So excited. Ambassador Tai, thank you for your leadership across government. Huge thank you to Erica Mortsugu for everything that she does for all of us all the time, and to Crystal for just being a fearless leader across everything that we're doing here. So, and then the whole team. So please thank the whole team that's here also, because they've really been doing all of the hard work here. So thank you all. At our inaugural meeting on February 3rd and 4th, we received a wealth of valuable information from subject matter experts and senior leaders across the federal government regarding the urgent and systemic issues facing NHPI AA communities and the imperative of advancing the equity, justice, and opportunity call for our diverse communities. In this call to action, the Commission established 6 subcommittees: belonging, inclusion, anti-Asian hate and anti-discrimination, health equity, he agreed with that, immigration and citizenship status, language access, data disaggregation, and economic equity. So you all have been busy. The co-chairs were established for each, and they are belonging, inclusion, anti-Asian hate, anti-discrimination, Kamal Kalsi and Louisa Blue, health equity, Teresita Yola, Bayola. See, I practiced this too. Carrie Doi, Mia Ives Rubli. Immigration and Citizenship Status, Grace Wang and Kai-Ying Yang. Language Access, Amy Agbayani, Victoria Wen, and Kimberly Chang. Data Disaggregation, Sarah Min, Reynel Samoa, and Robert Underwood. Economic Equity, Ajay Baturia, Simon Pang, and Smita Shah. Each of these co-chairs has done an incredible amount of work in pulling all of these recommendations together, and a huge kudos and thank you to all of you for all of the hard work in chairing these subcommittees, but also getting us all to agreement on the recommendations we will talk about today. A recap of what the subcommittees have been doing over the past 3 months. Subcommittees have met in earnest, bi-weekly, and sometimes more, to gather information from subject matter experts, deliberate, and identify priorities to be addressed. You'll be hearing from the subcommittee co-chairs and members who will present summaries of the meetings they've had, the issues they've considered, and share recommendations they've drafted to present to the full commission and to share with the general public. So our charge for the day is to recognize the hard work of the 6 subcommittees, all of whom have prioritized issues, gathered information, consulted subject matter experts, deliberated and drafted recommendations. Inform the public of all that has been done since the inaugural meeting in February. Allow members of the public to attend virtually and make transparent the manner by which this commission is reviewing and deliberating recommendations. Highlight the commission's engagement with the White House Initiative on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders, Federal Interagency Working Group, and the Regional Network during the inaugural meeting and in subsequent subcommittee meetings, and discuss having representatives from the Regional Network and the Interagency Working Group potentially engage with the commission in its future public meetings. Learn more about the White House and the administration's efforts to advance equity, justice, opportunity for Asian Americans and Native Hawaiians and Pacific Islanders. Receive the proposed recommendations from the 6 subcommittees. Review and vet the recommendations. Send back any recommendations that the commission feels require additional refinement or exploration before submitting it to the president. Vote on recommendations we feel are thoroughly vetted and can be finalized. Identify additional issues the commission would like its subcommittees to tackle and move forward with recommendations for the commission to consider for future meetings. Discuss issues that we think have yet to be addressed or need to be considered that we haven't considered before. Discuss potential solicitation of public comments, especially for more complicated issues, recommendations that will benefit from extensive public input and support. There's a lot of work to do today. Just reading this, I feel like, oh my God, do we have like 4 days or do we have just 1 day to do all of this? But I just want to say thank you all for all of the hard work that you have done as we go through the deliberations today, and to the public to hear the deliberations and the amount of work that has been gone in presenting these recommendations to the commission, because this is a lot of work on part of the commission, but it's a lot of work in representing communities around the country for the needs, and to make sure that we are thinking through each of these recommendations with much thought and much insight from experts, but also just from the communities and the communities that you all represent. So thank you for all of the work that has been done. I really look forward to this conversation today. And I think we're taking a break, or are we not taking? We are going to take a 10-minute break. Just quickly, if you need to get some food, get some water, and we will come back in 10 minutes for the public. So thank you for staying with us, and we'll be going through the recommendations moving forward. We are back onto the public meeting. As mentioned earlier, we are not going to go through all of the recommendations from each of the subcommittees, so the full commission can hear the recommendations from the subcommittees. And our first subcommittee is Belonging, Inclusion, Anti-Asian Hate, Anti-Discrimination Subcommittee presentation with Kamal and Luisa. And I'm going to let them, you'll have 15 minutes to 20 minutes to present, and then we'll have 10 minutes for questions.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I want to thank Secretary Becerra and Ambassador Tai for their support and for co-chairing the important work of this commission. I want to thank our Chief Commissioner, Sonal Shah, for her leadership and for guiding our efforts over these past several months. I owe a special thanks to our Executive Director, Crystal Kai, our Deputy Director, Rebecca Lee, Erica Morizugu, Phoebe, Larissa, Lanlin, Howard, Natalie, the Office of Public Engagement, and all of the amazing support staff that has kept us focused, on track, and most importantly, out of trouble. I also want to thank my fellow co-chair, Louisa Blue, and all the members of this critical subcommittee for their time, effort, and passionate work on the recommendations that we present to you today. Our subcommittee focused on belonging, inclusion, anti-Asian hate, and discrimination as it relates to our AA and NHPI communities. Our subcommittee met 6 times on a bi-weekly basis prior to May 12th to develop the recommendations that we present to you today. The co-chairs of the subcommittee are myself and Louisa Blue. The members of this subcommittee are Emily Chen, Grace Wong, Daniel Day Kim, Naheed Qureshi, Samantha Shah, Robert Underwood. Our DFO is Ms. Fabulous Phoebe Canaraga. The subcommittee identified the following priorities for consideration. Apply federal funding. Number 1, apply federal funding to record and respond to hate crimes in local areas. Number 2, improve distribution of education and resources to AAPI community on reporting hate crimes. Number 3, improve data collection and outreach related to hate crimes and discrimination. Number 4, develop programs to uplift AA and NHPI youth by celebrating AA and NHPI culture and building confidence. Number 5, encourage private-public partnerships in responding to hate crimes and hate incidents. Number 6, encourage state, local, for example, mayors, and federal joint conference or meeting to communicate a stance on anti-Asian hate and discrimination. Number 7, freedom to wear religious articles in military and in first responder agencies. Number 8, tactics to address and engage people experiencing digital discrimination, hate, and exclusion. This subcommittee decided to focus on 3 items as urgent issues for potential recommendations to present to the full commission. Recommendation number 1, that Department of Justice conditions federal funding administered by the agency on credible law enforcement participation in the FBI's Hate Crime Statistics Act, Hate Crimes Data Collection and Reporting Program. Number 2, a recommendation that all branches of the U.S. military adopt a standardized uniform policy that presumptively allows for religious articles of faith. Number 3, recommendation that Commission engage in public-private partnerships to help build a series of PSAs that address anti-Asian hate crimes and promote inclusion and belonging of AA and NHPI communities. You'll hear more about these recommendations later in our presentation. To gain more information on these topics, we received presentations and questioned the following subject matter experts. Kent Wong, Director of UCLA Labor Center, provided an overview on the history of anti-Asian discrimination, particularly on labor. Eric Fanning, former Secretary of the Army, U.S. Department of Defense, presented an overview concerning religious discrimination and wearing articles of faith in the military. Hain Yoon, Senior Policy Advisor, Office of Justice Programs, U.S. Department of Justice, provided an overview of OJP's grants related to addressing and reporting of hate crimes. Amy C. Blasher, Acting Section Chief, Global Law Enforcement Support Section, FBI Criminal Justice Information Services Division, U.S. Department of Justice, presented an overview concerning the FBI's Uniform Crime Reporting Program, the National Incidents-Based Reporting System, and hate crimes reporting and training to law enforcement. Michael Lieberman, Senior Policy Counsel, Southern Poverty Law Center, presented an overview on barriers to improving hate crimes reporting within government and law enforcement. So our first recommendation is about federal funding conditions recommendation. The Department of Justice should condition federal funding administered by the agency on credible law enforcement participation in the FBI's Hate Crime Statistics Act Hate Crime Data Collection and Reporting Program. Jurisdictions with over 100,000 residents who either fail to report 0 to the FBI, or otherwise provide incomplete or not credible data to the FBI shall be notified that any grant applications submitted to the agency will be on hold until DOJ receives a response in writing providing an explanation for the failure to report credible HCSA data. Alternatively, these agencies can qualify for DOJ funding upon the demonstration of significant community hate crime public education and awareness initiatives, including the adoption of internal agency policy and procedures to improve hate crime reporting, prevention, and response. Working with stakeholders and community-based organizations, DOJ shall create guidance regarding what will constitute credible data and/or significant community hate crimes initiatives. Background and rationale. According to FBI statistics, hate crimes against Asians rose 64% in 2020 alone. Understanding the big picture regarding the challenges involved with hate crimes reporting is best described in the SPLC report, the January 6th Insurrection and Path Forward to Strengthen Our Democracy Now. The FBI's annual Hate Crime Statistics Act report is the best snapshot of hate violence in the United States, but data received from 18,500 federal, state, local, and tribal law enforcement agencies is vastly underreported, in part because reporting is entirely voluntary. In 2020, 87% of police agencies across the nation either affirmatively reported that they had zero hate crimes or they did not report any data to the FBI at all, including some 70 cities over 100,000 in population. The source of that is the Southern Policy Law Center. As recently as 2021, Congress reaffirmed the need for a more complete understanding of the national problem posed by hate crime and passed the Jabara Hire No Hate Act as part of the COVID 2019 Hate Crimes Act. The Jabara Hire No Hate Act authorizes federal funding to strengthen the capacity of state and local law enforcement agencies to identify and report hate crimes in order to address incomplete data collection and reporting from federal, state, and local jurisdictions. With that, I will pass it on to my co-chair.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I am going to give a summary on the religious freedom in military. We recommend that all branches of the U.S. military adopt the standardized uniform policy that presumptively allows for religious articles of faith, such as turbans, beards, and hijabs. I won't go through all of the background because that's in the written report, but I just wanted to mention that in our armed services, Sikhs, Muslims, Hindus, and other religious minorities from the AA, NH, PI communities have served honorably in the military for 100 years. There is laws that also guarantee the right, or should guarantee the right, for people to be able to express their beliefs. And then there's also Department of Defense policy that is supposed to accommodate individual expressions of held beliefs which do not have an adverse impact on military readiness, unit cohesion, good order and discipline, or health and safety. The Free Exercise Clause of the First Amendment of the United States established that individuals, which also includes service members, have the right to observe the tenets of their faith and or observe no religion at all. But despite this, these religious articles of faith such as turbans, beards, hijabs, yarmulkes were banned from the U.S. military guidelines until 1998. The U.S. Army and Air Force, changed their uniform policies in 2017 and 2020, respectively. The U.S. Navy and Marines have provided limited religious accommodations to service members, which force them to violate their religious beliefs and practices in order to serve their nation. The rationale is that the Army and the Air Force have successfully integrated these religious articles of faith from minority faith groups, and in recent years, tens of thousands of soldiers have been granted medical waivers which allow the growth of beards. Special forces and soldiers have been known to maintain relaxed grooming standards during their deployment. In terms of the approach to implementation, we propose a 30-day public commentary period, which can be used to query the public, the Department of defense, and interested government agencies on the best approaches for implementation. We also propose a 90-day timeline for implementation of changes following the public commentary. Next is the public-private partnerships to address anti-Asian hate. We recommend that the Commission should engage in public-private partnerships that could help build a series of PSAs to address anti-Asian hate crimes, despite meaningful strides to deter and respond to anti-Asian hate crimes and incidents. They continue to occur at an alarming rate with increasing violence, especially against women. And I just saw a news flash that yesterday in Texas, 3 Korean women got shot and killed. Policy educating others about the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islanders, promoting the culture, rich heritage, diversity, and contributions of the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander community will help dispel bias, prejudice, and hate. We need to identify the individuals in the administration, as well as other agencies and corporate partners we can collaborate with. Pairing much admired officials from the administration and PSAs with high-profile leaders and influencers from industries such as sports, entertainment, media, technology, finance, and real estate will bring the anti-Asian hate issue to the forefront and increase advocacy and coalition building. High-profile leaders and influencers bring expertise, showcasing the PSAs at optimal times where there would be national attention, such as during the Asian American Heritage Month, or around highly visible sporting events, increases visibility of the message. Creating a series of PSAs will require funding and coordinating with various partners, so this will be an ongoing project. A little bit of background: on the March 22nd of this year, there is an article from the American Public Health Association that mentioned that a nationally represented conducted online survey found that all racial ethnic minorities were more likely than white adults to experience COVID-19 related discrimination, with Asian and American Indian, Native, Alaskan adults being the most likely to experience those issues of hate. Limited English proficiency, lower education, lower income, and residence in a big city or the East-South Central Census Division also increase the prevalence of discriminations. One other thing is, as we continue to get these data into the public, the Asian American Foundation has found that hate incidents against Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, Pacific Islanders have sharply risen since the beginning of the pandemic, and that women face a disproportionate burden of the anti-Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander hate, with 62% of all national hate incidents being reported by women. In a survey conducted of this year in January and February, nearly 3 in 4 Asian Americans, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander women reported experiencing racism and or discrimination over the past 12 months, with more than half, 53%, reporting a stranger or someone they don't know as the perpetrator. Almost half of the reported incidents took place in public, such as restaurants and shopping centers. Respondents also reported encountering incidents in familiar places where safety may less be of a concern, including schools, healthcare facilities, workplaces, and places of worship, and even in their own neighborhood. So, in closing, I don't have to say that everybody in this room has experienced some sort of anti-Asian hate. You either know somebody or you have family members that have experienced that. So what we bring to the table is our experience and our expertise. And we have the opportunity now to work together with the administration and all of you to counter the current anti-hate in our Asian Pacific, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander communities. And we recommend that our recommendations get moved forward, but we also welcome the feedback and the valuable input that all of you will provide with us, because we will continue to develop recommendations that we want to bring forward to this committee. Thank you.
Questions? Again, just there are three recommendations here that the Department of Justice condition federal funding administered by the Agency on Credible Law Enforcement Participation in Hate Crimes. The statistics recommendation that all branches of the U.S. military adopt a standardized uniform policy that presumptively allows for religious articles of faith, and a recommendation that the commission engage in public-private partnerships to help build PSAs to address anti-Asian, Native Hawaiian hate.
Can I recognize our three champions?
Please.
Okay. So you have to stand up, sister. Nahid. Okay.
Nahid,
Nahid,
Emily.
Emily, and then Kamal. And I also want to give a shout out to Elizabeth Lee, who helped us, write notes during our deliberations, and she wasn't able to join us today, but also to welcome, where is she? Carol? All right. Phoebe, right, who's leaving us?
Thank
So
you.
sad.
And Phoebe's going
Thank
to take
you.
notes, so
Yeah.
I'm going to start with questions. Aijen. Oh, sorry, Reno. All right, I'm going to start with Kim, and then we'll go to Aijen and Reno. Sorry, I'm going to go to you last, if that's okay.
That's great. Well, we don't have much time, so I'll just be quick. I have comments and a question on recommendation 1 and recommendation 3. The first one on federal funding conditions. I really like this recommendation. I wonder if there's any statistics on the reporting of these, of the Hate Crime Statistics Act on local jurisdictions in different languages, if the local jurisdictions, you know what I mean, has outreach to community groups that have limited English proficiency. And I wonder if that is there. And I would want to propose that you work with the Language Access Subcommittee. So that's the comment on the first one and the question. And then the second one is on the third recommendation. I was particularly struck by Commissioner Blue's statistics on the gender-based violence, and I would propose that you work with the Health Equity Subcommittee on some of the, on another recommendation around gender-based violence. That's it for me.
Thank you. Aijen?
Thank you to the subcommittee for the work on these recommendations. They're wonderful, and I'm very, very supportive. I just had one question about the third recommendation on the PSAs, and then one comment on them. I think that PSAs are always good, right? Good, more awareness is good. But I think in this instance, what the narrative we are communicating is also very important. The narrative, like what is it exactly that we think we need to be communicating in these PSAs in order to have an impact? And so, who is the audience, and what is the harmful narrative context that we need to shift, and with what narrative, right? I just was wondering if you all had any conversation about that in the committee. And then the second piece being, I've just been thinking a lot about how if there's some segment of audience that is about people who are directly impacted by the threats of violence, right? That we should really think about leveraging ethnic media. But then there's the different audiences make for very different stories. So just any conversation you had on that in the committee level would be great.
You bring up great points, and we certainly had conversations with regards to, how do we craft this and, you know, how do we present the narrative that doesn't show us as a monolithic group, right? So, you know, I will defer to Emily, if you want to chime in, our champion on the recommendation, to talk a little bit more about narrative. And I know Daniel's also had a tremendous amount of work with PSAs, and so if you guys want to chime in on that.
I mean, we did have that conversation, but we also acknowledge the fact that the White House will be the final group, right, that will figure out what the message is. So, anyway, I just wanted to mention that.
Yes, Louise
Yeah.
is correct. We, the White House would definitely have an opinion on this, and so we went with a more general theme of talking more about, you know, the diversity and culture celebrating us. We didn't want to go in with a very hard negative. And I think we initially, you know, discussed that, and we thought that the White House would be much more open to the idea and participating if we talked more about the good things. And I think that depending on when you show it, you may be able to capture many different audiences. We did a PSA for Big Brothers Big Sisters during the Super Bowl. And that's just you get a wide range of people that evening. So I think those are things the White House can discuss as to, you know, who they want, where they want it. We just wanted to keep it open so that we give them ideas on even industries. As Phoebe told us, we can't pick a certain industry. We're not allowed to pick a certain person. So we went very general with people who are influencers, successful business leaders. So I hope you understand it's more of a general thing. I think we can certainly craft it as we go along. And also if we do a series of them, we can certainly, you know, also see the reaction we get. And also, as you mentioned, incorporate and participate the victims as well. So I think there's different ways to do it. This was just a more general idea to say this is something that we think would be helpful as a starting point.
Arjun, do you have thoughts on this or particular perspectives on it as you were asking the question?
Yes, but I need to think about it a little more.
Daniel, do you have anything to add?
Only that I hear you, Aijen, and I understand how sometimes it feels like PSAs can just be kind of speaking into the wind without much targeted impact. So it would really be up to us and the White House, should they decide to move forward, how we can best try and figure out the way to make it very effective, especially for the groups that we're talking about here. Our most vulnerable are, I think people that we can all get behind. And given the attacks on women and the elderly, it seems like a natural place to start.
All right, I have Reno, Kaying, Mia, and Kevin, and now Amy.
I just want to say thank you so much for taking up the charge and doing such wonderful work with the short amount of time that you had to work with. My one comment and question is that there's some synergy between you and data disaggregation in that the varied experience of subgroups under the AA and HPI category differ, and they call for different policies to address them. The other part is the anti-Asian hate context, if you will, speaks to Asian. There is a myriad of Pacific Islanders who are suffering under racism that don't know that they are. There are Pacific Islanders in the South and the Midwest that heavily support the food country supply, that don't know there's a group of people sitting around with blue tablecloths fighting for them. So my one comment would be, how would you broaden it so that they understand that this commission is fighting for them too?
That's a great question. I think we have, who do we have next? Okay, so Reno, Kaying.
Thank you. Actually, Ray, my question was very similar. In the first recommendation, you talk about funding to for more federal funding to administer by agencies to law enforcement. But I was also thinking, have you also discussed how funding can go to community-based organizations, because a lot of times people are very afraid to actually report the hate crimes to either a state agency, the federal agency, or the police, right? And so our experience has been that we want to also invest in nonprofit organizations who are actually working on the front line, as you know, you're alluding to, because they are collecting the data and are probably the most trusted point of contact for a lot of our communities. And so I understand that we're trying to change some systems and transform our, policies, but I also want to make sure that we are including the frontline folks who are in the nonprofit sector who are doing this work on a daily basis. So I'd like to hear if you guys had more conversations about that.
Sure. Thank you, Kai-Ying. That's an amazing, wonderful question. So we did discuss that a lot, actually. We even talked through a possible third pathway for how we could get this data into that database. You know, does it have to go through the FBI? Does it have to go through police agencies? Why can't it go through a community-based organization? So we went through a lot of these conversations with a lot of our subject matter experts, and so there's going to be more to come. But I'd like Nahid to chime in. She was our champion on this.
What you're saying is really important. We talked a lot about how community members very much hesitate to go to law enforcement. Sometimes there are even immigration reasons why they don't want to report to law enforcement. And that's been a problem for over 20 years. People were talking about that issue at 9/11, that people could not report hate crimes out of fear that at the time it would get reported to INS, now DHS and ICE. So thank you very much for raising that issue. And I think what Kamal said is correct. We are going to continue to look for opportunities to address these issues, particularly by supporting the avenues which make the most sense for our communities, not just the ones that already exist. With this particular recommendation, we were our goal as a team was to address the fact that you cannot address the problem when you have no sense realistically about the scope of the problem. And something that people don't talk about a lot, even the numbers that we put in our recommendation, those are so low compared to likely the reality of the increase in hate crimes against the Asian American communities in this country, because so few people report, but even worse, so few law enforcement agencies report to the FBI. So this is a severe undercounting of what's happening, and we want to start by addressing that, because we have too many people in a lot of positions of power who are saying that this is not the problem that we all know it is. And so that's why we started here, but we need to go all sorts of other places as well. And the entire subcommittee, did amazing thinking about this and a lot of conversations about this, and we all tried to push each other to think creatively about the different ways in which we could address this issue.
Okay, Nia and Amy, are you okay? Amy, can you just give quick comments, no response on this one?
Okay.
We have to keep moving on, and then we'll keep moving to the next.
Yeah, thank you. I have two sort of big comments. One is on the funding for data through police agencies. I think some of my comments go along with Kai-Ying in terms of safety for particularly undocumented individuals. Wondering how much do these reports, particularly from other communities, have they prevented hate crimes? So finding out what the efficacy in terms of funding towards this is actually. And then also wonder if we actually need to give more funding for that, or if we need to change some of their priorities, just given the amount of money that we do already fund police and law enforcement already. And if you are thinking about adding funding, making sure that it's a supplemental and that it doesn't actually sort of add on to a general pot of money that they're able to utilize for other purposes that may harm even our communities. So that's that first comment. The second one is around the PSA. I like the comment about making it more of a positive PSA. I also want to make sure that the narrative, and I think it is good for you to at least give some suggestion on the narrative, is ensuring that it's not harming other communities, including those with mental health issues and other Black and brown communities. I've seen that a bit in some of the talks around sort of Asian American communities against other minority communities. And I don't want to aggravate that division, and I think it's really important that we make sure that we are very clear about how the messaging should look. Thank you.
We'll have more time for conversation on these, but we need to move on because every subcommittee needs to present. Just quickly, there were several conversations, questions about where there's language, in conversation with language access and making sure subcommittees can work together on this. And I think there were at least 3 recommendations on that. So let's keep that in mind. PSA, several comments on PSA and the narrative on the PSA. Lots of conversation on certainly the federal reporting and how we want to think about that. And if I'm reading this correctly, it's about conditioned federal reporting, and it's not about how much money goes out, but how to condition the federal funding that goes out. But just keep that in mind, and we'll have more conversation about this. And then how to incorporate community-based organizations in that. So we'll keep going with the next round of recommendations. I'm sorry we have to keep cutting these short, but commissioners, as you know, we don't have much time. We have 30 minutes for each of these, and you have a lot of recommendations. So let's. Well, I'm sorry I have to cut you all off, but we'll have a longer conversation about this as we vote for the recommendations at the end. The Health Subcommittee, I'm going to have Teresita, Carrie, and Mia provide your recommendations. So Mia, I think you're presenting for us, right?
I am. Can you hear me? Yes. All right. Awesome. Well, I've been tasked with trying to not make this too boring is what I've been tasked with, so I apologize if it goes on. First, of course, we want to thank you and recognize the leadership of the co-chairs, including HA Secretary Becerra, Trade Representative Ambassador Tai, Executive Director Crystal Kai, Chief Commissioner Sonal Shah. I also want to recognize my co-chairs, Teresita and Carrie, and all of the members on the Health Equity Subcommittee. So we went over a broad range of topics to try and figure out and narrow down sort of what we wanted to do. And that included things around equitable COVID-19 response, mental health, environmental health, particularly around Red Hill, challenges in healthcare access, disparities and health outcomes, federal resources to community health centers or organizations, culturally and linguistically appropriate services in healthcare, disaggregated healthcare data, and healthcare workforce. So what we did was we sent out a little poll for our members to decide sort of which were our short-term goals and what were our more longer-term goals. And what we decided was that our short-term goals would be on Red Hill and mental health. So we had multiple meetings, on February 3rd and March 2nd, 24th, April 7th, April 21st, May 2nd, and May 5th. We received presentations, 1 to 2 presentations each meeting. And our first presentation was with SAMHSA, and they provided an overview of SAMHSA's mission, structure, and resources, and shared data on mental illness and mental health services, used by race and ethnicity. Also discussed resources including the National Network to Eliminate Disparities in Behavioral Health, culturally and linguistically appropriate services, and tools to seek crisis counseling and behavioral health and treatment. Then we had another meeting with the U.S. Environment Protection Agency, the senior advisor for Region 9. They provided a briefing on EPA's response on Red Hill bulk fuel storage facility leak in Hawaii, including actions taken by the EPA and the State Health Department and the U.S. Department of Defense and other cooperating agencies. We then had somebody from the state toxicology department. They came and provided a briefing on Red Hill, discussing the history of its 2020 well contamination incident, the status and health impacts of the contamination in drinking water, and plans for remediating the issue. Then we spoke with the Asian American Psychological Association and a professor at DePaul University who presented on data for Asian Americans and their needs around mental health. They provided some data to us and then actually gave us a list of recommendations that they had already suggested. So we, after reviewing all of the information that we gathered through those meetings, we decided that Red Hill was actually a very sort of on the ground, immediate issue that we felt that we weren't ready to take action on. And so we have been trying to figure out ways to continuously get more information so that we can keep an eye on the situation and figure out if there's other things that we need to do. And we're hoping to hear more from communities, et cetera, on sort of what are their priorities in those issues. We did, however, make a recommendation around mental health. And this is particularly, the reason why we thought that this was particularly important was when President Biden made it clear that addressing mental health issues was a key priority in the unity agenda of the nation. And thus, we thought that it was essential that we work in collaboration with the Department of Health and Human Services, in coordination with the White House Office of Public Engagement and Commission, to host a mental health summit focusing on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders and mental health. This would be a 2-day summit that would bring together mental health practitioners, advocacy organizations, and individuals with mental health disabilities, and leadership representation from key federal agencies funding mental health to discuss ways to improve access to mental health services for AA and NHPI communities. The summit would provide an opportunity for WIAMPI to better understand the practical issues that AA and NHPI communities face in obtaining mental health resources and the policy priorities that need to be enacted to reduce the barriers to receiving treatment. We highly suggest that the summit take place in a location with a high concentration of AA and NHPI communities, such as California, New York, or the Pacific Islands. And then one of the reasons that we thought that it would be of particular interest for particularly HHS to work on this is that in coordination with the anti-Asian group, that we know that it's been significantly impacting individuals' mental health status. We know that it has increased depression, anxiety, and stress, and other physical symptoms. While current statistics show that Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders report mental health issues at lower rates than many other minority groups because of language and cultural issues, we believe that we need to dig deeper into the data, and we think that that is going to show a lot more nuance and complexity of the issue. 15% of people who identify as either Asian American or Pacific Islander report having mental health issues, with Vietnamese and NHPI groups experiencing higher rates of mental distress than other Asian American groups. Also, AA and NHPI groups have the lowest rates of seeking mental health treatment than any other racial category. 77% of Asians surveyed had difficulty opening up about their mood disorder to others, compared to 69% of white individuals. This may indicate that researchers may not be truly getting the full picture of how many AA and NHPIs are actually experiencing negative mental health symptoms. Research currently shows that barriers to receiving mental health treatment include cultural stigma, language barriers, insufficient health insurance coverage, and a lack of culturally competent care. So, we believe that, we need to understand the broader issues around AA and NHPI mental health. We think it's prudent to bring all key players to the table to better understand the issue and discuss the various policy changes that could reduce barriers to access to information, resources, and services. While there have been statewide events on Asian American mental health, national conferences on mental health, and national summits on Asian American health, there have been very few national summits or conferences solely focused on AA and NHPI mental health, and none hosted by the White House or HHS. The committee feels that this two-day summit would provide the needed input to produce detailed recommendations to the president. So that is our main recommendation at this time. Our next issues that we are planning to actually address include healthcare, looking at healthcare workforce, particularly home and community-based services for seniors and people with disabilities. We believe that particularly because Asian Americans and immigrants are some of the highest providers of community-based health care, that it's important that we look at the workforce and their rights and the amount of wages that they receive. The next thing that we also want to talk about is gender-based violence and exploitation, particularly after the Georgia incident at the spas. We also want to look at COVID vaccine and distribution, particularly looking at disaggregated data, and particularly looking at issues faced by Native Hawaiians, Pacific Islanders, and Southeast Asians. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mia. Questions regarding this recommendation? Amy.
Just a quick note that the Language Access Committee would really work well, particularly on the mental health recommendations and all your other recommendations.
Most definitely, yes.
Robert.
Thank you for that. Mental health is very important, and of course it intersects with kind of a wide variety of cultural influences on how to deal with that. But I did want to raise a particular issue on the Affordable Care Act. The application of the Affordable Care Act in the territories is not the same as it is in the 50 states. And in fact, it's not fully applied. So in the interest of equity, that should be examined by the subcommittee. And in a related issue to that, sort of related to the Immigration Task Force, is that there's probably 150,000 people from the freely associated states who live in the United States. They're not immigrants. They don't have immigrant status. They're not green card holders, but they have the right to come to the U.S. freely, go back and forth. And of course, the application and their eligibility for a lot of health care is cloudy, and different states deal with that issue. And I also really like the idea on the caregivers, because the caregiver is a growing industry, and it's a growing issue. It's an issue that I might face one day pretty soon. So, and I can say that probably being the senior member here, but I just want to point out that that's really critical because there's a huge variety of how the elderly are cared for. Thank you for that.
Thanks so much to the subcommittee. This is a huge problem that our community's been dealing with for generations. So thank you. And we don't talk about mental health enough. So my gratitude to you and all your work. One thing I did want to point out, though, is health disparities are not uncommon in subgroups for Asian Americans and Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islanders. We face some of the most atrocious health disparities compared to all ethnic and racial groups, considerably Filipinos, Southeast Asians, and Pacific Islanders and Native Hawaiians. I don't mean to sort of draw a division amongst us, but what I do want to call into point is that these conditions are not isolated, that COVID has sort of taught us that it isn't the pathophysiological properties of these conditions, it's the systemic inequities that we've been faced to endure that have caused the disproportionate burden on our communities. And I was wondering if the subcommittee has talked about attacking these structural inequities since there's some points of effort being done in the administration with the COVID-19 Equity Task Force, along with other points that that can help sort of bring that to light. And as data disaggregation, we'd be happy to join you in regards to sort of bringing some of those to light.
Luisa?
Just a comment on the mental health issue. There's some work that's being done, early work that's being done by Asian Health Services, and Kimberly's probably a lot more familiar with it in Oakland. But there is a component there recognizing how difficult it is, right, to access mental health, but also have bilingual, bicultural providers. There's a shortage, right? And so I don't know if we can explore that a little bit more to open up those avenues for folks, young folks from the community to pursue being mental health therapists or whatever. And then I think that's it.
Okay,
That's all
thank you,
I have to
Luisa.
say.
Daniel?
I just want to thank Mia for bringing up the issue of mental health and the subcommittee, because I would say that in the public forum, in the face of all these attacks against Asian Americans, the question has always been, what is the race of the perpetrator? And instead of focusing on the race of the perpetrator, the undeniable common thread that runs through the majority of these attacks is that the perpetrators have mental health issues. And so it's not just a question of the victims, but it is a question of helping those who are perpetrating some of these attacks, and what are the services that they have access to. And as it pertains to Asian Americans, I read a statistic the other day that really shocked me, and that was that according to the CDC in 2021, the #1 leading cause of death among Asian Americans aged 15 to 24 was suicide. And this kind of thing is a real opportunity, I think, for cooperation among the subcommittees, because through something like PSAs, I think it's really important to get the message directly out to those teens and to the people who could use support, whether it's through community-based organizations and data disaggregation. I think it's very important and a great chance for us to collaborate, to get the message not just to the president, but to the people affected directly.
Teresita?
Thank you. As one of the co-chairs of the committee,
Can you speak into it if you can?
as one of the co-chairs of the subcommittee, it doesn't feel like.
Can it be heard?
It's green.
Sorry.
As one of the co-chairs, yay, of the subcommittee, we have been really eagerly looking forward to this day because we really felt that our work had a lot of overlap and intersection with the rest of the other subcommittees. So this is really important that we are now talking about it in public and we can collaborate and work together a lot more. All of the things that
each of the speakers have brought up are very important to us. Commissioner Underwood, ACA really has so much more to do. One of the things we talked about at one point was Medicaid, and how even those who are legally present here and who would otherwise be entitled to Medicaid services, if they have been here less than 5 years, they are not going to be able to get those services. Commissioner Samoa, definitely the data disaggregation is so important, and our ability to use COVID-19 as a kind of a barrier breaker to try and get at that is another thing that we've been interested in. But because we have COVID-19 distributed across subcommittees, we really need to be able to pull together. So yes, we definitely look forward to being able to discuss all of these different intersections. And even though the healthcare workforce aspect was slightly different from, the rubric of what health equities thought about, we really felt very strongly that because it is our population, our communities, our people who are doing the backbreaking day-to-day work on the front lines and in the homes, any setting where we have people who need care, that we have to find a way to also elevate those issues. So thank you so much for all these comments.
Excellent. We've got few more coming. Kimberly.
Thanks so much. I'm actually on the committee, and I just wanted to raise the issues that we should be, I hope that we can go forward, collaborate with the Immigration and Citizenship Status Committees, particularly around the COFA issues and the five-year federal bar issues. And then secondly, in regards to the healthcare workforce, I'm hoping that we can collaborate with the Economic Equity Subcommittee as well to focus on some of those issues for our community members who are doing a lot of that caregiving work. Thank you.
Smita.
Thank you. I also want to commend the subcommittee for the great work and the proposal that was put together. I see the same, the opportunity for collaboration amongst several of the subcommittees, the data. I mean, Daniel's point about 15 to 24-year-olds as the #1 cause of suicide in Asian American, it's such an astounding and deeply disturbing statistic that we want to make sure we're addressing this type of subject. Language access, economic opportunity. In any way we can help, we're happy to help and support that collaboration. The only comment I had about your recommendation is I noticed you said high populations in California, New York, or Hawaii. I want to put in a good word for Chicago as well. We have a really solid population of Asian and engaged Asian Americans. And Minnesota, the Midwest, well, Chicago is the economic engine for the Midwest, and we would gladly include
and the lobbying
Midwest.
begins.
I think we could say a lot of different places.
Grace. Thank you, Smita.
Thank you. Is this on?
Yeah.
Okay. One of the pieces I wanted to just lift up, and it's one of the challenges that we face, I think, in a lot of these areas, is around the lack of research and information about what works and what's helpful. And so I would just want to make a plug with respect to your recommendation, whether it be in implementation or whatever, as it kind of integrates the needs of language access and cultural competency and all of the pieces, but having investment in research about what works and what would be helpful as it relates to, if people can get culturally relevant care, if they can get care through, does care through interpreter, does that work? And all of that information. So I would love to add that in, or support your recommendation with, that plug for that aspect of the work too.
Just want to say thank you to the Health Equity Subcommittee for all of the great work and for all of the information that you've given us in even just providing the recommendation that you have put forward. So just to make sure we capture it, you've had several of the other subcommittees asked to do some co-work with you. So anti-Asian hate, economic, immigration, data disaggregation. I think it's important that as we move forward, we think about the collaboration between those subcommittees. good conversations on making sure that we are including and taking into account the vast disparities even amongst our own communities, and that we are addressing that, thinking about PSAs and how we might use that as young people, addressing young people per Daniel's comment, really looking at COVID and thinking about, and I think both of you have also mentioned it, all of the work that you would like to do with our care workers and what moves forward. So I think there's a lot here as we move forward to do that, and we will certainly be voting on this, so just keep this in mind as we sort of come to close. We'll be voting on the recommendation that the subcommittee has provided. So thank you for all of the work from the subcommittee. We are going to move on to the Immigration and Citizenship Status Subcommittee and the co-chairs. Huh? Oh wait, we're going to take a break. Yay! We're going to take a 5-minute break here. Our next subcommittee is Immigration and Citizenship Status Subcommittee, and our co-chairs are Grace and Kaying.
Yes, and I don't know where
And Grace, I'm
Kaying-
going to let you go ahead and get started.
All right, thank you, everybody. First of all, I want to say thank you. Where is Phoebe? She's not here either. For all the amazing work that she did, Phoebe, in supporting our committee. But the members of the Immigration and Citizenship Status Committee were myself and Kai-Ying Yang, who's not here, and Ajay Bhutoria, Simon Pang, Amy Agbayani, Robert Underwood, and we also have a DFO, Amanda Baran, who is with USCIS, and we've invited another ex officio member another non-commissioned member, and are waiting to hear back. Let's see here, and we met on March 4th, March 25th, April 8th, April 22nd, May 3rd, and May 6th. And we, in the course of our meetings, had various presentations, including from Quinn Din, who's the executive director of the Southeast Asia Resource Action Center, or CRAC, as well as Nancy Nguyen, the national campaign director of Southeast Asian Freedom Network, and they provided an overview of the impact of renewed detention and the effectuating of old deportation orders in the Southeast Asian community. And they talked about with us the concerns about whether or not the existing enforcement priorities are being implemented. And so we got that presentation. We also had a presentation from Amanda Baran and Doug Rand from USCIS, or the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, about giving us an overview of the current situation relating to backlogs in the processing of immigration benefits. And we also had a presentation from Judy Stuft of the State Department, who's the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Visa Services in consular processing, who gave us an overview of what's happening with the reopening of consulates and addressing the family visa backlog. So I'm just going to give a quick overview of. We have a lot of topics within that subcommittee that we have on the plate and want to continue discussing, though we do have 3 specific recommendations that we wanted to get presented today more quickly, because we know of the urgency and those, in particular related to USCIS. But we will have many more recommendations, I think, and we welcome input and want to have more discussions about a range of topics, including the first one that seems to overlap with a bunch of your committees, which is increased outreach and community engagement, dissemination of reliable information with our Asian American and Pacific Islander communities, and having updates to our communities in language. And so we may have some opportunities for language access, collaboration. We also want to talk about providing paths to status for our undocumented population within the Asian American and Pacific Islander community, because 1/7 of the Asian, one out of 7 Asian immigrants are undocumented in this country, and 1 out of 6 of the undocumented in this country are Asian. We want to talk about strengthening the refugee admission process, providing immigration protections to young people, both those that are known familiarly as the DACA community, as well as those who may be aging out, who came as children or dependents of certain non-immigrants who are aging out and are not going to be able to stay here lawfully with their parents. And so I guess that the name for them is the DALCA community. We also want to talk about immigration enforcement and the Immigration Customs Enforcement Agency as it relates to their enforcement priorities and adhering to the implementation of those priorities. We want to talk about prosecutorial discretion, release from detention guidelines and alternatives to detention in our communities, as well as criminal prosecution of those people that have immigration violations. On our USCIS list is talking about processing immigrant visas up to the limits that are that exist in law and recapturing unused visas, because what's happening is the agencies that process these cases are not using them up to their full capacity, and a lot of visas are lost every year. We also want to talk about the State Department, backlogs, improving processing times. We want to talk about immigration courts and addressing the backlogs there and access to counsel, and in particular for the most vulnerable populations and language access in that context. We're starting to have conversations about migrants from the Confederated Organization of the COFA migrants, and helping to address some of the uncertainty about their status, including relating to access to health care and public benefits and supports as treaty negotiations are ongoing. And then we want to talk about HHS and access to public services for various categories of immigrants, and access to health care. And so I think there's, as mentioned earlier, some intersection with the Health Committee as well. And so those are some of the topics that are ongoing, but the first three recommendations we have are related to USCIS, and I'm going to pass it over to Ajay here to talk about the first two recommendations that relate to visa backlogs.
Thank you, Grace.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Grace. Happy Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Konnichiwa, ni hao, sawas ke karp, halo, salamat fagi, mina gala ba akin ba, and namaste, sat sri akal, kem ong, aloha, nisa bula, on yang asu o, and vanakkam. I tried my best. If I missed anything, I will learn it in the next commission meeting. Please. We're talking about improving family-based visa processing cycle times to reduce the backlog. Green card backlog for family-based immigrants have grown steadily for last 30 years, making lawful immigration and reunification difficult, if not impossible, for millions of families and keeping them separated for decades. U.S. citizens and green card holders applying today to sponsor a family member abroad expect to wait decades. I'm waiting for my brother for almost 15 years now. Before their families can reunite in the United States. Nearly 4 million people are currently waiting abroad in the family-based immigration backlog, and out of this, large percentage of this belongs to our community. Many family-based immigration avenues have been significantly backlogged for decades, delaying family reunification, presenting serious barriers for individuals attempting to immigrate through authorized immigration venues. And but this, the 4 million data which is backlogged today, and 65% of family-based annual immigration makes about 65% of annual lawful immigration. So and COVID-related shutdowns, limited staffing, full or partial closures of embassies and consulates abroad had an inherited impact of Trump travel bans. All these factors contributed to increased processing times, posing difficulties to process number of green cards. If you look at the numbers, only 65,452 family preference green cards were issued in 2021 out of annual 226,000 green cards available, leaving hundreds of thousands of green cards unused and vested. keeping many more families separated. There were 421,358 pending interviews in April compared to 436,700 in March this year. So our recommendation is to reduce agencies' pending family-based green card backlog. It is recommended USCIS should review their processes, systems, policies, and establish new internal cycle time goals for streamlining process, removing redundant steps, automating any manual approvals, improving their internal dashboards and reporting system, and enhancing policies to reduce the cycle time for processing all forms and documents related to green card application, DACA renewals, and all other green card application within 6 months, and adjudicate within 6 months a decision after the application is being received by USCIS. And this is in alignment with the USCIS new goals per the chart which you can see below. So we expect that there will be some great news for community in future where they can expect green card in 6 months from the date of application, and which will be a huge change from today's 10 to 15 years of backlog. USCIS should also review, give me 1 second, USCIS should also review request for work permits, travel documents, and temporary status extension within 3 months and adjudicate decision. Today it takes several months. USCIS developed its own implementation plan, hiring new resources and officers which are needed. I understand hiring 200 to 500 more new officers, and cost estimates, secure budget, and implement suggested internal processing times by 2023. It is recommended USCIS share the backlog for processing by using skilled officers, employees from other agencies, and share the backlog for processing by employees from other agencies by hiring temps and contractors as allowed by the law, and increase the officers' force by 200 to 250 to reduce the backlog. Also, USCIS worked in close conjunction with the State Department to issue complete the process for green card. So it is recommended that the National Visa Center State Department's facility hire additional officers to increase their capacity to process green card application interviews by 100% in 3 months from August 2022, and by increasing green card application visa interviews and adjudicate decision by 150% from current capacity of 32,439 in April 2022. By April 2023, and reduce the current backlog, by 2023, and then thereafter green card interviews and visa processing timeline should be maximum of 6 months. Thank you. This was my first recommendation. Sonal, should I continue to the next one or wait for the? Okay. Okay. So the next one is new measures for reducing the current immigration backlog. The immigration backlog has surged from 5.7 million applications at the end of 2019 to about 9.5 million in February 2022, and the State Department wait for in-person consular interviews or for immigration visa rose to a high of 532,000 last July, and an average of 60,900 numbers adding on average a month. The backlog can trap individuals into limbo for months of years with enormous implications for their families. Simple, a person going for an H1 renewal or things, their driver license can be taken out, or their lives are impacted. A person waiting for an EAD approval loses the job, or the families, employers, U.S. immigration system suffers with this whole backlog process. So given the delays in approving work authorization documents, many immigrants living in the United States have been locked out of or forced to leave the job and even the country and face immense hardships. So our recommendation is that reduce the wait times. It is recommended USCIS establish new internal cycle time goals to be achieved by September 2023. And some of these, as you can see in the chart, is getting 6 months, some of the application forms and premium processing to be done in 2 weeks, and in 3 months I-765. So one of our recommendation was to is to automatically, extend the EAD card, and which have went into live by USCIS 2 weeks back. It will be automatically renewed for 540 days. So it's a great, relief for the community, and thank you USCIS for doing that. Increase staff and hire more officers. Again, in the USCIS recommendation is to hire more officers, and also educate, temporary work programs as H-1B and H-2A visa renewals, extensions within 2 months. It's recommended to request work permits, travel documents, etc. within 3 months, and then DACA renewals and green card request for family members within 6 months. Also, one of the things is that there are a lot of students who have been waiting with their parents for green card application, and they age out. They age out, and then they fall out of status. So they call themselves as DALCA, D-A-L-C-A, but that's not an accurate term. But we also want USCIS to look for them as a special case and find a way for their citizenship path. I will stop here, and back to, yes, we have one more recommendation. Do you know? No, sorry.
Yeah, I have to do my recommendation
Yes.
as well.
Yes, thank you.
So the third recommendation that we had spoke to a specific issue that USCIS is currently working on. Many of you may be familiar with the public charge rule and what happened during the last administration, that it's a longstanding rule, and it speaks to whether or not somebody can be admitted to the United States. And if somebody's found that they're likely to become a public charge, that can be a basis for denial of their application to become a permanent resident or to be admitted. And so during the last administration, there was a lot of activity to try to expand the definition of public charge. And what ultimately happened was there's been a huge decline in the willingness of many of our AA and PI, as well as other communities, in being willing to access public benefits and healthcare benefits, et cetera. In any event, so our recommendation was that the federal government, primarily USCIS as well as the State Department, issue new public charge policies that support AA and PI immigrant families in accessing supports for their health and well-being as soon as possible. We recommend that in making an assessment of whether somebody is likely to become a public charge, the regulation should limit consideration to current receipt of federal cash assistance for income maintenance only, i.e. not consideration of past use of state benefits, nor federal health, housing, food assistance, or education and other benefits, and not consider long-term institutionalization at government expense. USCIS and the State Department should accept a properly executed affidavit of support from a sponsor as presumptively sufficient to overcome the public charge determination. USCIS should partner with other federal agencies, and this is what I was talking about earlier, to engage in widespread outreach and education to Asian American and Pacific Islander communities about the changes, including about which benefits would not implicate the public charge rule. And all the background and lots of materials are about this start at page 30 of the materials, and I think we have questions. We're open to questions. I think both Ajay, the whole committee. So, thanks.
Thank you, Grace. Everyone, this is amazing work, and we really appreciate all of it. But my question specifically is with this crazy backlog of immigration applications. Like, were you guys able to bring in a subject matter expert to sort of talk about, what is the process? Why is it broken, and why is it? What is creating this massive backlog?
We did bring in subject matter expert from USCIS, and please chime in. But so the couple of things in last 2-3 years, COVID-related issues with the staffing, and a lot of had a reduction. A lot of policies which the last administration did, this administration is in the process of undoing and getting through those, and all those have and reduced and all those have added to the backlog. There is also the way the current processes are and the systems are, so that combines. So that is why we have recommended that review your policies, your systems, your processes, remove redundant approval steps, automate your manual steps to workflows, and all those things which will streamline this process and increase this. In addition to that, hire approximately 200 to 500 more officers. In the current budget, which I understand the agency has a increased budget to hire more officers. So that's where we're looking at.
Thank you.
I just want to jump in. Yeah. I think both Ajay. Hello. Both Ajay and Grace had mentioned it earlier. I think it's an accumulation of a lot of cases from the last administration that create a lot of backlog. That's number one. Number two, automation is not there, and also the lack of manpower. These are the three key areas that is from our finding. If this thing had, will not take immediate action, it will be continue to kind of like a change effect going forward. Thank you.
I did want to flag that we did get a request from USCIS that they are actively hiring. So for outreach purposes, we'll pass along that request for them.
Thanks so much for all of your work on these recommendations. They're really, really important. I appreciate it. I was wondering if you all had at all considered adding to the recommendation about CIS's backlog, specifically about the CARP program. I'm not sure if folks are familiar with this program. It's a loophole in the normal adjudication process for green cards and for becoming a U.S. citizen. It's called the Controlled Application Review and Resolution Program, and it's essentially an extreme vetting program that's causing tremendous delays from people throughout the world, particularly targeting Muslim majority countries, but there are top 5 countries that are targeted. 2 of them are India and Pakistan. And some people have been waiting for years to get their green cards or to become citizens because of this program. So I was wondering if you'd consider adding something about this program to your recommendation around the internal processing times, because this was started, unfortunately, during the Obama administration in 2008 and has not been fixed yet. Thanks so much.
No, absolutely. I mean, the overall language covers all programs, but we'll be more than happy to add the item which you mentioned and update it. So.
I might suggest that, just so we can vote on it, maybe after this is over, that you guys just figure out the language that goes in there so we can vote on it at the end.
Sure, we'll do that.
That's great.
Sure.
Kimberly.
Thanks so much. I learned so much from reading your recommendations. Very, very comprehensive and really well done. And I appreciate all 3 of them. I just had a question on the family separation, the family reunification. And this might be a question to work with a data disaggregation committee, or I don't know where you are. Anyway, because I wonder if we have data comparing the family reunification rates from different countries or the backlogs, reading about the 22-year backlog for some countries and 15-year backlogs. And really, is this a discrimination to our Asian American brothers and sisters, and community members who cannot reunite with their family members? And is that some sort of, do we know how many of our community members are not being able to be reunited because of this? And is it like is there something systematic that we can do about it?
So we did look at the numbers by each country and things, and the large percentage of the backlog is for Asian API communities or our community. But I would not comment that there is a systematic discrimination or thing. I would say that the USCIS needs to review the processes, systems, and the hiring more officers to reduce the backlogs.
Okay, but I mean comparing to other continents and things, and making sure that it's not. Like, why is it just on our? communities.
I can respond to that. I mean, part of the problem is that it's a legislative issue because there are, per country caps on the number of people that are admitted. And so to the extent that we have, we have long backlogs, especially for China, India, and the
India,
Philippines, it
exactly.
has to do with the per country number of visas. And so, I mean, I think that we haven't spent the time yet to talk about recommended legislative changes, and there are many, and they have been longstanding, and people have been working on many of them for decades. And so, I mean, I think that there's the opportunity to
And
do
to
that.
add to that, we have another recommendation in our long-term recommendation, which will be coming in one of the next meeting, is the removing the country cap limit and merge everybody together. And that is what your point will be addressed then. But that recommendation will be bringing maybe in our next few commissions.
Thank you. Victoria?
Yeah.
Thank you to the subcommittee, the Immigration Citizens Subcommittee, for the very thorough recommendations. And I'm speaking, I guess, for the legal clinics, the DOJ accredited organizations, and refugee-serving immigration services groups, and also would like to recommend that there should be conversations about resources for community engagement as we change some of the structural pieces and add staff. There could be a lot of challenges for the families and the communities that are kind of walking through the gates, right? And making sure that the grants that the USCIS offers allows for nonprofits and organizations and providers to be able to provide support hand in hand with USCIS. And also to make sure that we provide spaces for the stories of these communities through these USCIS grants. So I just wanted to uplift that and make sure that the recommendation is also part of these recommendations.
Thank you. And so with respect to the public charge rule, we did start that on, if you look at page 33, as to like some of that modeling, but I think we can certainly get more specific, and I know that we're working on, for the next round, more recommendations, Simon, on outreach and how we do that work.
Smita?
Thank you. I just wanted clarification on the backlog question. I believe it's the backlog. You had mentioned 6 months is the recommended time. But I just wanted to confirm, so what happens if the 6 month isn't achieved? Is it going to be an automatic rejection, an automatic approval, or is it just going to roll over? Because that would be my concern on.
I mean,
Great question.
That's the recommended time for the best practice, that you have it done in 6 months. There might be cases which requires more background check or more thorough things, and that will be up to the USCIS to get it done. But the idea would be that they try to achieve 100% within 6 months, but there might be, when they're processing, might be a certain percentage which are not done in 6 months, but they would continue to complete it. So.
Yeah, just
So
as you,
I think I just want to say here, I think Smita's point is unintended consequences might be greater than the intended achievement of wanting to get to the 6 months. And so Ajay, I think I would just maybe recommend that the subcommittee in this recommendation think about taking out the time limit so it doesn't automatically reject people if the 6 months isn't achieved, because if that is an unintended consequence, it may cause more problems. So for you all to think about, I don't have a recommendation. I would just say I think it's worth thinking about whether the unintended consequence of a time limit may push to get to 100%, and to meet the objective, you might actually reject applicants to get to 100%. Does that make sense of what she's saying?
Yeah.
So think about it. I think it's a goal to get to, but I just be careful about the time limit being too short, and that if they don't have the capacity.
And these are more in alignment with what USCIS is looking at their internal time cycles. So.
Yeah.
I would just add, Sonal, too, I think all of these things, I think it's the unintended consequences and just thinking about, what is how do you give it teeth or not give it teeth in the way you're proposing it, sort of as your next step.
Yeah, so it might be useful if in between, if during a break you all can figure out some language that can help achieve that, so when we vote, we can get to
Absolutely.
that.
And I just want to add one more comment, Sonal, that while we are working on this recommendation, in our pipeline is a recommendation on H-1B visa, which is basically to get this. Today, if you have to get stamping on your visa, for H-1B visa, you have to go to your own country to get the stamping done. But our pipeline is that we want the stamping to be done in the US only, so that right now, if your parent is suffering from COVID, is in ICU, and you only have left 30 days of stamping, you don't want to go to the country because you will have to wait for 8 to 9 months to get a appointment at the embassy. So our recommendation, which we will be working in future, is to get the stamping done in US only. I wanted to bring it up so that we can collaborate in future.
Great, thank you. Mia and then Amy.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for just the thorough recommendations that you put out. One of the things that I wanted to talk to you about was your public charge one. I comment on this because of just my personal level of impact that public charge has, that could have had on my life if I was not an adoptee. And so what I wanted to talk about is an understanding of even limiting it to state actually still greatly impacts state, cash assistance programs, and saying that only federal ones will impact the individuals. That is still going to indirectly and significantly impact disabled immigrants. And I say that because I was on SSI and I was on the Medicaid. And as an individual, obviously you can see that it didn't mean that I was going to become a public charge. So my problem is that if we limit it to these specific items, it will specifically target specific populations within our community, and I don't want that to happen. So one of the things that I would actually suggest is saying that no one issue can actually create an automatic public charge issue. And I know that they've already done that for disability. Disability can't be the single issue. So really putting it as in none of these can actually be a single reason why you get dropped from being able to get permanent residency or citizenship, that it has to be a combination of quite a few issues before they're allowed to make any decision. I mean, I would like to just not have public charge at all. But if we're talking about administrative changes, I would say try and see if you can change it to where none of these issues are a single reason why you would have a public charge. Thank you.
Grace, can you work with Mia and just make sure we get the language on this?
Yeah, I was going to say the statute does specifically talk about looking at a totality of the circumstances, and we certainly agree, we should change the statute, but to eliminate it altogether. But
Yeah.
yes, we're in that position.
Given her comment, if there's a
Yes.
way here,
Yes.
just in the recommendation,
Okay.
to recognize that in the
Yes.
statute, that would
Okay.
be fabulous. Thank you. Amy, final comment.
Thank you. I'm a member of this Immigration and Citizenship Status Committee, and we're very pleased to say that one of the agenda items in the future will be COFA. But what we also noted that this committee and most of the other subcommittees don't have an appropriate focus for Indigenous Native Hawaiians. And so a lot, for example, none of these issues for this subcommittee would be appropriate. But at the same time, the Native Hawaiian issues are included in some of the subcommittees like health equity and economic. But I believe that there's so many other special committees that one possibility would be that one representative from every subcommittee might want to get together to focus in on the Native Hawaiian issues, or that we have a small task force. We are doing Pacific Islanders also, but at some point, I don't know, we'd like to have the subcommittees discuss the possibility of forming a separate committee or a special focus. So actually, if there's time, I'd like to ask Christine if she'd have any comments. I mean, Michelle.
And I support discussing in maybe a separate subcommittee or the issues important to maybe Hawaii.
We will get to this in next
Okay.
steps, but Amy, I think it's important that you raised it here and
Yeah.
that it's now on the public, it's in the public conversation. So thank you for raising that. We're going to move on to the next subcommittee. So I just wanted to recognize that Ajay, you're going to just look at the cycle timing piece and how to and how to address those. Okay, great. And then Grace is going to work with Mia just to get the language on the public charge conversation. And I really appreciate all of the comments that were really given here, and I think there's some really good, and I think also we're going to look at incorporating CARP into the conversation too. So if you can work with Nahid on that, that would be fabulous. So we will, before we close out and vote on this, make sure that the language changes have been made so we can read them out in the public conversation towards the end as we get to the end. Now I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next subcommittee. Thank you all for this. This is great. The number of comments here and the engagement has been great, so I appreciate it. Language Access Subcommittee presentation. We will have, I think, Victoria, are you going to get started for us? Thank you.
Yes. So good afternoon, commissioners, and happy AA and HPI Heritage Month. I know we're coming here with our ancestors, people who walked before us, our clients, our patients, our communities in mind, and we're going to be talking about language access, equity, and justice. I serve as a co-chair with Commissioner Amy Appiani and co-chair Commissioner Kimberly Chang. And our commissioners include, and the list is also in the packet that you see in front of you. But I also wanted to give a second to highlight and also feature our two additional members of our subcommittee, non-commissioned subcommittee member Deanna Jung, who's here with us today, and also ex officio member Laureen Laglagaran. And she's actually streaming in today, and they serve on our committee. And Deanna Jung is currently at the National Immigrant Law Center and has a long history defending and promoting language access and justice at the Health Forum, Department of Transportation, Department of Health and Human Services, DOJ, just to name a few. And then Laureen, who's a senior attorney with the Federal Coordination and Compliance Section of the Civil Rights Division of the U.S. Department of Justice. And we are so lucky to have them part of this subcommittee. And they're both subject matter experts, and both have been unanimously voted in and have provided immense contributions to our conversations, discussions, and recommendations. And since the inaugural meeting in February, we've been tasked with formulating the recommendations to promote language access, equity, and justice for the AA and HPI communities. And collectively, we've been working and having meetings, a total of 6 subcommittee meetings in addition to co-chair meetings. And then looking at data. So based on the 2020 census data, that among AA and HPI communities, 16.5 million of our community members speak English less than very well, a very significant number. And that the top 5 non-English language spoken in the U.S. include Spanish, Chinese, Vietnamese, Korean, and Tagalog, noting that 4 out of 5 of these languages are AA and HPI languages. And as a subcommittee, we've explored some of these areas of interest and requested and received 3 presentations, one from the Department of Justice, Department of the Federal Communications Commission, and also the Federal Emergency Management Agency. And so Laureen from the Department of Justice was one of the first presenters, and she did an incredible job that we asked her to serve as an ex officio member. And in her presentation, we talked about an overview of Department of Justice and how they help craft language access plans. And those plans are currently listed on the lep.gov website. And recommendations for improvements to the website as well. That was what we discussed. And also the enforcement of Title VI to ensure that the information that is provided in language that our communities can understand and can read. And also to review the complaints that are received around language access. And then next we listened to various attorneys from the Federal Communications Commission, Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau, and talked a little bit about how the alerts and information is shared out in our communities and what that partnership looked like with the states. And then we also had the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, talking about language access and the needs within FEMA with engaging and providing language access information to our communities. So we had a series of Q&As, and that helped us inform our next steps and support some of the topics that we wanted to share. So we have about 8 topics that we wanted to make sure that we spotlight and continue to work on in this upcoming term. And the first 3 are going to be represented in our recommendations that will be presented in just a little bit. But the first one is language access for disaster management, outreach, and emergency response messages. So that includes things like grants, language access, addressing barriers, legislation, administrative policies that may impact the receipt and response. Federal websites, making sure that we expand to multiple languages, and you can imagine how our communities are accessing this information online. Sites like lep.gov, usa.gov, and so on. Review and expansion of federal agency language access plans, complaints, and implementation. Sometimes we know language access plans exist, but how do we enforce, and how do we go back to these agencies if they're not adequate? And there are 90 federal agencies that have released equity plans, and we've received that through emails through Howard O., I believe. And we're looking how this will impact language access, and so wanting to incorporate that in some of the future work in this committee. How we're outreaching and doing education, and further look at how federal grant recipients and notices of funding awards, and so if you're grant writers, how is language access going to be recorded and included in the rubric? And then access to healthcare and justice systems, language access. And then also looking at the pipeline for interpreters and translators. And then last but not least, paying attention to ensure that resources and support languages, that we support languages of lesser diffusion. So the subcommittee will review and flesh out these topics, but next I would like to pass it to non-commissioned member Deanna Jung and Commissioner Ajay Batoria to present our 3 recommendations.
Thanks, Victoria, and thanks to the committee for allowing me to come here to present to all of you. And it's great to see everyone in real life, a lot of new and old friends. I just have to say, though, that my heart has felt really heavy this week with the loss of Secretary Mineta, and I'm sure we're all feeling that as well. I just want to start off by saying the federal government has long recognized language access as a federal policy for 50 years now, through the policy of the Health, Education, and Welfare Department, and also as affirmed by the Supreme Court in the Lau versus Nichols case, which indicated that school districts should not be giving Chinese-speaking students lesser educational benefits than others. Moving forward, in 2000, President Clinton reaffirmed that federally assisted programs need to provide language access by his enacting Executive Order 13166. And he raised the visibility of this requirement and directed federal agencies to tell all their grantees and recipients of assistance that they needed to develop language access plans. But he went one step further with this, which he said the federal government also needs to comply with the same obligations that federally assisted programs must do. So since then, every administration, with perhaps the exception of one, has confirmed this commitment to language access. And now, in 2022, I find that we need to move on to language access 3.0. My old boss from HHS and DOJ used to say that we need to make language access like water and electricity. It has to be that important. And he actually added toilet paper as part of that, but after the pandemic, I don't know about you. I'm not sure how that works. But right now, I think the current state of affairs is language access is like icing on the cake. And we really need it to become the sugar, what is really required to make things sweet. So the committee has decided in these first two recommendations that I'm presenting to really focus on what's really a lot on our minds now, which is disasters, natural disasters, the COVID pandemic we're in. And I just want to note that the CDC has created a social vulnerability index, which is a great tool which maps by zip code different communities by 15 different factors in terms of their resilience and their vulnerability to disasters and pandemics and diseases. And those 15 factors include poverty, crowded housing, lack of vehicle access, but also race, ethnicity, and limited English proficiency. And we've already seen just over the past few decades how disasters disproportionately impact immigrant communities, from the hurricanes in the Gulf Coast in Florida, the Gulf oil spill, wildfires in California, the recent flooding we saw in New York City, and then the pandemic. So I just want to start by going into the first recommendation, which is ensuring that the federal government should ensure that emergency disaster prevention, planning, response, mitigation, recovery programs are inclusive of and reflect the lived experiences of limited English proficient populations. So we've seen already that studies have shown that, as I said, communities with high rates of limited English proficiencies and racial minorities tended to be hit hardest by the pandemic, with higher rates of incidence and mortality amongst these populations. Yet, many limited English-speaking individuals could not access information testing and vaccinations in their languages. And we see that Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander community-based organizations, including ones that are headed by commissioners in this room, stepped in to fill that void, to do the outreach and get our communities vaccinated and get them the information at the same time while responding to the wave of anti-Asian American hate crimes occurring as a result of the pandemic. We need to make sure that within the disaster planning, response, mitigation, recovery, that language access is integrated within that. So there's different roles for different federal agencies to play, as well as state and local agencies. So just to go into the recommendations, FEMA and DHS plays a key coordinating role. So FEMA has to ensure that within the plans to address disaster emergency prevention, protection, mitigation, response, that they incorporate language access issues within that. So right now, FEMA produces a number of products, a toolkit, prep talks, and case studies. They need to include language access as part of that. FEMA has to include LEP Asian American communities as at-risk communities to build capability and capacity to plan for and mitigate hazards, as outlined as Equity Action Plan. In terms of federal financial assistance, there's a number of agencies that provide funding to state and local emergency agencies. They should include within those grants the obligation to provide meaningful access for limited English proficient populations, but also make it part of notice of funding opportunities, giving more points for scoring sheets for grant reviewers, and ensuring that it's more enforceable through terms and conditions language. The federal government can provide a lot of technical assistance in this regard. They can develop a glossary of emergency terminology and get it translated into Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander languages and have that available for federal government and local and state agencies to use. And the federal government can also enhance its capacity to address emergencies by ensuring that the workforce has greater language access capacity. So we have some recommendations here that direct OPM to look at hiring procedures for hiring a bilingual staff and to keep records of those so that they can be available as temporary detailees as needed for language assistance. So I'm sorry, I'm looking at my time is up for both recommendations because I want to turn over to Ajay's. Okay. Okay, I'll be really quick. Yeah, the second one is regarding the emergency alert systems, and it's sort of the same concepts. And we know the main challenges here are with respect to alerts in different languages. And to me, it's a matter of a technology challenge and a challenge of we represent languages of what we call lesser diffusion. There are so many Asian languages that it's a challenge to try to make sure that these alerts are accessible to everybody. So the recommendations for the alerts are about addressing some of those technology challenges, as well as enforcement. It overlaps with the initial recommendations in terms of ensuring that local emergency agencies, because most of these emergencies are geographically located, so they need to work with the local communities to ensure that the languages that are spoken in those communities are covered and that they're, delivered in a culturally competent way through the media outlets that those communities use. So a partnership with the community is what the emphasis has to be on that. And then we also have to look at improving technology, because everyone's using wireless technology to message things now, and we can't have it just be limited to English and Spanish. Thank you.
Well, okay, keep it simple. Background, keep it simple. I was sitting with the Governor General of Australia 2 weeks back in Fiji, and they have translated their all agency websites into multiple languages and giving translation into multiple languages as well. And I asked them, how did you do it? He said it was not an easy decision. Every time we try to do it, we had to postpone it. But then one day we said we have to do it. And today they have a language task board, and they have multiple languages. And that's the job of our federal agencies, to be able to provide services to non-English speakers in multiple languages. Asian Americans, for generation, we have been growing. There will be around 40, ANHPA community will be 40 million by 2060, and 16.5 million speak English less than very well. And with these statistics, 5 out of the top 5 languages, we have 4 of them are ANHPI languages, and not forgetting about rest of the other languages, which are also very important. So the recommendation is that we convert all the federal agency websites and the digital content publishing strategy and the design and develop implementation system by which LEP person can meaningfully access the services and digital content published on agency websites in AA and HPI languages without unduly burdening the fundamental mission of the agency. The federal agency should be identifying and translating vital documents and converting into multiple languages and share on the agency website, whether into a folder or a tab called translated documents, or provide in multiple documents translation, or translate their landing pages. All required forms, information, brochures, and digital content, whether for agencies like SBA, US.gov, CDC, Social Security, to name a few, and the rest of them are listed below, should be converted into multiple languages. So that's the gist of it. To keeping it short, I think I met with the time frame.
Excellent. I want to make sure we can get to questions. So we've got several people already: Smita, Kevin, Ijen, Mia, and Gamal.
Oh, wow.
So Smita.
Thank you. Just thank you so much for your work on this. It's such an important topic. The question I had for you is, people are always approaching me, local, state, federal agencies, businesses, Fortune 500 businesses, community organizations. How can we tap into language access? How can we approach communities in the languages that they need to be spoken to in? And so one thing I'm curious about, as you're rolling out your recommendations or thinking about future ones, have you thought about how they would either go down to the local levels, or how we would expand them to business access as well? Because there are a lot of programs that are not just federal and state and local programs, but businesses provide to, take, for example, energy utilities will provide, support for electricity bills, things like that. So how do we connect? Have you thought about it? Is it on the radar?
Yeah, on the very high level, what we have thought about looking at the model of Australia is that establishing a language task board, which is a separate recommendation in our pipeline, where the language task board will be a central agency or a central, department housed in one agency. I'm not sure how it will happen, but that's where we'll provide language translation opportunities for multiple languages, and that's where it will be providing services down to the one who needs that. That's one. But this is an open item for discussion, so we'll continue to discuss and we can collaborate on this.
Kevin?
Yeah, thank you for your work. I think this is related to what Smitha was saying too. Having the translation is one thing, and I think that's the first step. And then, Deanna, you kind of started touching upon how do you get it delivered out to the communities, right? So you can have 50 different translations for the 50 different communities, but then how do we get the information you need to the appropriate community at the time you need to? And so just wanted to know if there was anything you thought about on that. And related to what you had just answered, I think if we can get a little bit more specific on if we say to the federal government the recommendations to work with community partners, how about we charge them with saying in each locale or major city with an X number of Asian NHPI community members, you need to identify at any given time 10 community partners, have it on your list, have it on your website, so that you're not just saying reach out to community partners, but you're saying reach out to these 10, and that could be constantly updated. And then the second part to it is the wireless communication delivery is so super important, but you also have to take into consideration the social media channels, right? So if you just did it via certain WhatsApp, for example, the Chinese American community is going to be using WeChat, and Korean American community is going to be using Kakao. So how to also identify which social media channels you're going to use for each of the different communities, and that can be part of identifying the right community partners, but specifically identifying them without just being generalized.
Absolutely great questions, thoughts, Kevin. The first two ones we already kind of discussed. Commissioner Simon was to had a recommendation which probably will go out in the next commission meeting, which is on the outreach in multiple languages and with the community organization. Your second point is very well taken, and that is part of it, that have a list of established community organization within each region, each county, each district or thing, who will be partnering in providing those services, and whether those services are paid or unpaid, that has to be further discussed, but that is there in the process here.
Yeah, did you want to add here? Leading in.
Yes, I think part of what we're asking for in terms of the grants as well is to require that before you get federal funds, you have to do an assessment of your community and describe how you're going to engage them. You don't just have a general requirement, but make sure it's tailored to that specific community. So I think having those kinds of requirements will encourage that.
Hi, Jen?
I was just curious if the committee had an assessment about why progress has been so slow. Like, what is the why are we so far behind Australia?
Why are we behind Australia? I had this discussion with some of the agency people, and one of the thing was that limitation in resources, and our websites, many websites and many agencies are pretty outdated or old, and they need to be revised, and language translation is part of the thing, but the website itself, the federal website itself, needs to be redesigned. So there is and that is one of the things which they have not been done. And so this is not the first time that we are bringing up this language bill. There was a bill which was brought up previously. I don't have that bill right in front of me right now.
So one of the things that we talked about with Lorraine Luglagaran, who's our ex officio member, who's running the Department of Justice Office of Civil Rights work around this Title VI, is that there is a legislation, but there's very limited teeth within it, and so that could be a legislative priority, as well as the funding issues. And so we're really trying, right at this point, to strive through administrative changes at this point. And then to your points, Commissioner Shaw, I was going to call you Smita, but we had talked about working with the Economic Equity Subcommittee about, how do we engage the business community? Because language access isn't just, when we talk about language access, we know that what it means is opportunity in this country, and that opportunity comes along with the economic opportunity and equity pieces. So thank you for bringing that up. Hope to work with you.
Yes, as co-chair of the committee, we're very excited to work with the Language Access
I'd
Committee on
just
the
like
subject.
to comment on Ajin's question, which was, why is it like this and for so long? And the laws are there. In Hawaii, we have a language access state law, and we have federal agencies and lots of problems. And joke is, what do you call someone who speaks 3 languages, trilingual? What do you call someone who speaks 2 languages, that's bilingual? What do you call someone who speaks 1 language, that's American? So the problem is really a lot of, it's white English dominance through the centuries, and so it is a power problem. And in Hawaii, a court case we did was accent discrimination. So it is a real issue, and so we just have to keep plugging at it. I know that I get on this commission because I don't have an Ilocano accent, you know, and so forth. So it's very, very strange discrimination.
Thank you, Amy. Mia?
Thank you guys so much for your work. I have done some work, particularly in the disability community, on language access issues, and particularly around emergency responses. One of the things that I find extremely annoying, even if you are able to get some of that language translation, is timing, right? So I would almost suggest, particularly within the emergency response, requesting or recommending that there be a time period that you have, whether it's a day or a week, although a week, in a tsunami issue or something like that is going to be not super helpful. But to figure out sort of a way that you can say, hey, we need to actually place a time limit on when folks have to get this information done, and to try and do it simultaneously rather than how it is right now, which is they do the English language version, and so everybody who speaks English gets that access right away. But then everybody else who speaks a different language, whether it's Korean or even ASL, gets it months out later. And so we saw during the COVID small business loans,
Absolutely.
most of the minority businesses weren't able to get it because they didn't have the same relationships with the banks, and then they also didn't have that language access. So I think figuring out timing is going to be key. And, because access is great, but if you're too late for the resources, it's not super helpful. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. We'll make sure to go back and add that, and that's a great recommendation.
Kamal, did you put your card down, or did you?
I mean, I just really had more of a comment than question, but
Go for it.
I think part of the issue is that, as you mentioned, we're not truly a multilingual society like they are in so many other parts of the world. And so I would implore the subcommittee to make a recommendation or look at recommendations in the future about how to improve education so that we do become a more multilingual society.
Yeah.
If I understand, or if I speak, so I speak a little bit of Spanish, I know enough to fake it, and but it helps me connect with my patients in a different way, and I can really get more information, I can get better quality information, and I think that translates into so many other spheres of influence, economics, health equity, everything. So I would encourage us all to become more of a multilingual society.
Yeah, I'm a little annoyed, right? Because these are issues that have been in our communities for decades. And so somebody in the administration has heard all of this before, and I don't get it. They have resources. Why do they have to always go to the community who has very limited resources for what they have to carry out now and say, oh, could you translate this? I'm sorry. You know, you have the resources, pay that community organization. And then how do we hold these agencies accountable? Because this is not okay. And that, I am seeing that as a theme, you know, as I'm listening to all of the recommendations, that none of this is new, right? And it's not right. And we have to have sharper elbows. Because if we're going to have these agencies that sit in front of us and give us their blah, 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 and I appreciate the data, it's like, what are you going to do then? Because we're tired of it. If you go out there to the community, they're just tired of this. Like, oh, really? We've heard that before. You know, so what do we do as a commission to just have our sharp elbows and just hold these folks accountable? Because we have to go back to our communities. They are looking to us to make things better.
I agree with you, Louisa.
You know,
Ajay, 1 second. Ajay, 1 second, 1 second. I want to make sure Colleen gets her comment in, and then I'll go to you all at the end.
Thank you, Deanna. You alluded to this a little bit about the lesser spoken languages, and I also want to add communities that have oral traditions, right? That we don't just think about the written form, but also how do we make accessible the oral, interpretation for many communities. And Louisa, you are completely right. I mean, in our communities, we already know which communities speak which kind of languages, and the assessment is fantastic, but I think the census and ACS outreach tells you, for example, in Minnesota, the most spoken language, Asian language, is actually Hmong, and then Somali and Spanish, right? And so Somali and Hmong are actually both have oral traditions. And then in Wisconsin, the most commonly spoken language other than Spanish and English is Hmong, right? So we already know this, and yet there isn't enough investment in those communities. And it's very dangerous because I've seen cases, clients who go to court and don't have Hmong interpreters, and they're turned away and have to reschedule. And sometimes those cases take months to reschedule. And it's not like ADA where you always have a sign language interpreter or someone there. Why are our languages treated differently, right? And this is where we're saying that we really have to name it. This is the manifestation of racism that is experienced by Asian Americans. And so I think we do have to name it and really call it out like Amy did. And I want to just, really think through, it is complex because there are many languages that we need to interpret and ensure that communities have access to, but we already know what those languages are in each of our communities, and how can we keep hold these agencies and these laws accountable and in compliance with us, otherwise we sue, right? So.
Deanna,
Not we, the commission, but individuals.
Yeah. Deanna and Ajay.
Oh. I agree wholeheartedly with Commissioner Yang and Commissioner Blue. But I just wanted to comment, just to follow on Commissioner Kelsey's comment and some of the other comments. I think one thing Ajay brought up earlier about Australia's language access policy. I think when I sometimes am troubled by the language access, paradigm, because it's like, it makes it sound like a benefit. Whereas, if you look at Australia, they're looking at language policy as it's a benefit. It's a benefit to business, because businesses know there's this whole, pool of immigrant consumers out there that they can market to. They have money, they have buying power. And then there's also the safety and security aspect. How can we possibly ensure that our country is safe from terrorist attacks if we don't have language capabilities to be able to, interpret and talk to people and find out what's going on? So it's sort of a part of a whole language policy and really supporting multilingualism, which is what this country is about. So.
What do we do? We, as a commission, approve this recommendation, send it to the president's desk, and have him sign an executive order. And then, as part of this recommendation, we say that this has to be implemented within 120 days, and each agency sends their copies of their plan to the ANHPI Commission. So this time is different. We will get it done.
Mia, do you have a final comment?
Yeah, sorry, just about the, can you hear me? Yeah, okay. Just about the ASL interpreter stuff, they actually don't get access to them. So it's the same issue. We continuously put new laws in place to try and guard, to provide access. So, I mean, this issue is the same across minority groups and disability groups. I think it's just us all trying to work together to try and gain better access to different languages.
Thank you. So I'm going to close this conversation, but I want to say to the Language Access Subcommittee, thank you for all of the hard work on this. It's super important. As you can hear from all of the comments, the passion is let's not wait any longer to talk about what else needs to be done and what more research needs to be done, but just to get it done. And I think I echo all of the comments here. Just maybe there's a way to think about, and just to put, I think Amy and Luisa, just a comment here, just maybe we can sharpen it to say this just needs to get done because this has been talked about enough in the recommendation. And to Kamal's point, and I think for those of you that are on the inclusion subcommittee, to really think about just calling us a multilingual nation and not calling us a nation that's singular, but we are a multilingual nation. And we just need to recognize that as a nation to do that. So I'm going to keep moving. One quick question. We were going to take a break here. Are you all okay taking a break after this next presentation, or would you like to take a break now? Vote quickly. Should we keep going? Or do we need to take a break? Okay, let's just keep going. We're going to go to Data Disaggregation Subcommittee. Robert, can you hold? Are you okay? Okay. So we're gonna keep going. We're gonna move on to the Data Disaggregation Subcommittee with Sarah, Raynaud, and Robert. If you all can just go ahead and with your recommendations.
Thank you, Sonal. Good afternoon, everybody. Can everyone hear? Is this working? Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. First, I want to thank Lan Zhu. Oh, okay. Thank you. I know, I don't feel like it's working. Thanks, guys. Is this better? You have to get that close. Good afternoon, everybody. I wanted to first thank our DFO, Lan Zhu, who has been invaluable in helping our subcommittee on data disaggregation form our recommendations. And thank you all to everybody for all your presentations prior to this. I wanted to introduce my fellow co-chairs, Reynold Samoa and Robert Underwood, as well as the other members, including Emily Chen and Kai-Ying Yang. We also have non-commissioned members, including Inez Ponce and Joseph Kiawa Kahola Lakula. The Data Disaggregation Subcommittee meets bi-weekly, and following the Commission's inaugural meeting on February 3rd and 4th, 2022, the subcommittee met on March 10th, March 28th, April 11th, April 18th, April 25th, May 2nd, and May 9th of 2022. The subcommittee was very fortunate to receive presentations from the following subject matter experts who helped to inform our recommendations. Those include Margot Schwab, co-chair of the Equitable Data Working Group, branch chief for the Statistical and Science Policy, OMB, and a senior science policy analyst at the Office of Information Regulatory Affairs. She provided an overview of OMB's minimum standards for the classification of federal data on race and ethnicity, updates on the Equitable Data Working Group, and equitable data investments in the President's fiscal year 23 budget. Cynthia Davis Hollingworth, who's the program manager for 2020 Census Data Products and Dissemination, Decennial Census Management Division of the U.S. Census Bureau, Nicholas Jones, Director and Senior Advisor of Race and Ethnic Research and Outreach of the U.S. Census Bureau, and Rachel Marks, Chief of the Racial Statistics Branch, Population Division of the U.S. Census Bureau, also presented on the collection of race and ethnicity data for the 2020 census and updates on the timeline and status of 2020 demographic and housing characteristics file. Additionally, Stephen Blumberg, Director of the Division of Health Interview Statistics and Director of the National Health Interview Survey, National Center for Health Statistics, and Adina Galinsky, Health Statistician of the Division of Health Interview Statistics, National Center for Health Statistics, presented an overview of the NCHS's past work on the Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander National Health Interview Survey in 2014, and other ways to collect disaggregated health survey data on the AA and NHPI communities.
Dua Thor, Vice President of Strategy and Influence at Sabrata Family Foundation, who is a former Executive Director of the White House Initiative on Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, and Akhil Vora, Executive Director of Asian American Youth Leadership, Empowerment and Development, and the former Director of Strategic Initiatives at WHIAPI, also presented lessons that were learned previously on the implementation of Commission's data disaggregation recommendations from the Obama administration. In addition to the recommendations that my fellow co-chairs will go into, the subcommittee has also identified key areas, which include identifying questions to add to key national surveys, making sure that data collections are done in language, forecasting of trends of AA and NHPI communities, alignment of federal disaggregated data collection and reporting with state and local level efforts, recommendations on improving the reporting of intersectionality of race and ethnicity data with other subpopulation data such as geography, and the National Data Clearinghouse, or an annually updated reports of available disaggregated data of all federal agencies. I also want to add that there were many comments from the prior subcommittee reports that we would love to collaborate with that we have discussed further. I'd like to turn it over to Commissioner Underwood.
Thank you, Hafedeto Dusamzo. It's an honor and a privilege to present the recommendation. I'm presenting recommendation number 1. What Sarah failed to point out is that we are the A-team, as acknowledged by our DFO. So we continue to work hard, and we figure that we're the A-team not just because of the quality of our work, but because the fact that so many of the work of the other subcommittees intersect through data disaggregation and identifying data. So recommendation number 1, we recommend the Office of Management Budget, OMB, update the minimum standards for federal data on race and ethnicity to fulfill its mission to produce full, fair, and accurate data on the status of health, education, labor, immigration, economy, and other vital indicators for all the communities in our nation, especially and including AA and NHPI. Currently, there are more than 17 million Asians and over 500,000 Pacific Islanders in the United States and comprise about 5.4% of the U.S. population. Aggregated population is expected to increase to 9.3%, even as the population, the overall country, grows by the year 2060. While the need for data disaggregation has been identified as an issue since the first AAPI Commission was formed in January 2001, and from every commission since then, as the population continues to diversify and grow, there is an increased urgency to reflect this change to better identify the underserved populations. The Data Disaggregation Subcommittee considers our work to build upon the gains of previous commissions and to bring to light the current work being done by other groups to help further progress for data disaggregation. The current OMB standards, which were initially implemented in 1977 and updated in 1997, have not been updated in the subsequent 25 years. In 2014, the Obama administration started a review of the standards and released a Federal Register in 2017, during which they asked for public communication, for public comment. Organizations expressed their frustration, but nothing happened. And so it's important to note that the OMB standards are the minimum standards that are followed by each and every federal agency. You have to start with that. The use of racial and ethnic categories in the U.S. has historically been an instrument to uphold power inequalities, even with the first census of 1790, which consisted only of 2 categories, whites and slaves. Both data, it's important to understand that we believe that data both drives and reflects national policy. And attention to accurate data disaggregation, especially for AA and HPIs, is a national priority. The changing social fabric of the country required updating of these categories that has been charged to the Office of Management and Budget since 1921 and revised, as I mentioned, in 1997. These categories continue to mask the myriad of experiences of AA NHPI subgroups in many areas. But just to give you one example, the Washington Center for Equitable Growth also reported that aggregated college attainment rates are at approximately 51% across the board. Yet there's a wide range of experiences, with Taiwanese reporting at 74.5%, reporting the highest levels of having a bachelor's degree, which heavily contrasts with low rates seen in Laotians, 15%, Samoans 14%, and Micronesians at 5%. In revising the standards, the most important needs for AA NHPI communities are more accurately identified, and a true reflection of those communities' proximity or progress towards equity will be available to inform public policy. The DDSC recognizes the significant complexity in updating these minimum standards and the potentially wide impact that such a change would bring forth. The subcommittee continues to investigate successful models of disaggregation of data collection and reporting, such as the 2015 National Content Test Recommended Format, which included expanded Asian-based categories for Chinese, Filipino, Asian, Indian, Vietnamese, Korean, Japanese, and a, quote, other Asian category that includes examples of Pakistani, Cambodian, and Hmong, and the Hawaii State Department of Health and Guam census forms, which include expanded NHPI categories that includes Native Hawaiians, Samoan, Tongan, other Polynesian, Guamanian, Chamorro, Marshallese, Chukis, other Micronesians, and other Pacific Islanders not specified. The Data Disaggregation Subcommittee has recruited subject matter experts onto the subcommittee and will continue researching different models by interviewing these same subject matter experts outside of the committee for the purpose of providing more detailed recommendations in the future. And one specific recommendation at this time would be to remove the other from the category Native Hawaiian or other Pacific Islander. I think the title is so long anyways, it's really hard to get it out. But, and I kept thinking about that as everybody kept introducing so-and-so and so-and-so and so-and-so. But all of this has to begin with the updating of the OMB standards. Thank you.
Hi, Ray Samoa, Malo Soifua. I will do recommendation 2. The subcommittee recommends the encouragement of key federal agencies such as the OMB, the U.S. Census Bureau, the Center of Medical Services, and the National Center for Health Statistics through administrative support and funding to partner with communities and their advocates to ensure the optimal gathering, reporting, and access to AA and NHPI data, that they're relevant and usable by these groups. Rationale. The best practices for the data disaggregation of federal data on Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders from March of 2006 identify key strategies to improve limitations in data collection, data analysis and evaluation, data access and dissemination. These obstacles include siloing of data by sector, poorly communicated data sharing and access protocols, and low investments in increasing data science skills for community advocates who have limited community stakeholders' ability to build capacity to utilize available data products. User-friendly data products are developed at the level of the academic researcher, which is far beyond the comprehension of CBOs. For communities to be able to advocate for better living conditions, it is imperative that their access to data is optimal, but their ability to use available data products must be optimal as well. This is in alignment with the previously mentioned Data and Research Subcommittee recommendation to partner and engage communities to ensure the approaches for access to and dissemination of AA and HPI data are relevant and usable. Approaches for implementation. The Commission will work with key federal agencies by providing recommendations in the future to optimize community engagement for the potential purpose of developing community and academic research partnerships, and the fielding of much needed community input on key national surveys and other community identified strategies. We recruited AA and NHPI data experts onto our subcommittee. We'll continue to interview subject matter experts to deliver detailed and impactful recommendations in a timely manner. The commission will also continue to communicate with the regional networks. Our intention is to collaborate by convening community groups to gain a richer understanding of the nuances experiences by the community regarding inequitable access to and resources to analyze data. The ability to hear from groups and what data they find relevant and in what manner will lead to more effective user interface and establish a baseline that all audience will be able to draw from. Our timeline is our recommendations regarding optimal community engagement and input will be submitted on a rolling basis, potentially occurring every 3 months.
Thank you to the Data Disaggregation Subcommittee. It's so important, the work you're doing here too, and that this is obviously intersects with everyone else's subcommittees. So, Robert, I understand your A-team. I wasn't sure where you're going to go with it when you started there. I was like, this felt like a competitive process again.
No. See, you were bringing out the Asian in everybody.
I was going to say that, but I didn't say that. Just you. Questions? Kimberly.
Thanks. Thanks for your.
She got it up so fast, I didn't even look up fast enough.
Thanks for your work on this, and you are the A-team. We cede to you. So I'm wondering if the Data Disaggregation Committee is also looking at data collection or recommending data collection on language spoken in the home versus just race, ethnicity. Did I miss that? And that would be important for us. And also immigration years and where people were born.
Yeah, one of the key areas that isn't mentioned in our recommendations that we identified was making sure data collection was done in language. So that is something that we're trying to address. And sorry, what was your second question? Immigration? Yeah, so this is just the first round of things that we knew. We knew almost every federal agency needs data disaggregation on their radar. And so there are many. So we're hitting the ones that have the highest impact now, but we're open to collaboration with all the other subcommittees in regards to what fields we need to address.
So they, I think from the point of view of the subcommittee is that one is you have like partnership with community groups and academic researchers. So those are the kinds of things that address specific issues. But the other thing is the federal agencies. I mean, what kind of data does FEMA collect when they provide services? What kind of data does the Department of Defense collect when they release their personnel or contracting, when they issue contracts out? All of these things are based on a minimum standard. And that minimum standard was pretty basic in the old days. It was one category called AAPI. That was the minimum standard. So everybody was fed into that category, and so that was the call for disaggregation. But now that's not followed across the board, so that's really key.
One of the things we learned, and this process has been like drinking water through the fire hose, was that almost all federal agencies are compliant with OMB minimum standards in regards to collection. What's not being readily reported is data disaggregated AA and HPI. And a lot of that is due to statistical limitations. And so we've spent the greater part of 3 months trying to uncover where those roadblocks are.
Can I just real quick follow up? In our subcommittee, we talked about the Census Bureau, and they have the data for the language access. And the last time it was reported, that was 2015, and that was done by the Office of Civil Rights. They are requesting, or we are requesting, that in one of our implementation steps, that the Census Bureau does that annually because they have the data already. So we'd love to work with you on that.
Ajahn.
I would like to thank the A-team for your work.
I'm the minus on that team.
Really, really smart and helpful recommendations. I was actually, Sarah, in your opening, really excited to hear you talk about forecasting and trend spotting. And I do feel like we're so often looking at the past or at the immediate present and not thinking ahead. And I know every 4 years when there's a new administration, the National Security Council does a megatrends analysis for the new president for kind of considerations of what's happening in the world and projecting ahead. And I just feel like it would be so powerful to be able to apply an NHPI lens on that report, even as a starting point. But I just was wondering if you could say a little bit more about how the committee has talked about this work.
One of the, we were very fortunate to have two former commissioners meet with us last week, and some of the advice, which we found really helpful, was to really work with the other statistically heavy departments. So that includes labor, it includes education and health. And I think there is a lot to mine there as far as what we can see about forecasting beyond what we already know in the past. And I think that, coupled with the U.S. Census Bureau, as Kim had mentioned, they actually have just such a treasure trove of data and information. And I think part of that is also applying statisticians who are perhaps outside of the federal government, who understand how to analyze and mine data that I think is moving much faster, potentially in the in the private sector space, as well as people who understand how to shape and analyze those data into readable and usable, user interfaces for a variety of constituents. So, but I take your note about the NSC. I did not know about that. That would be fascinating as far as someone who's really focused on future trends.
Michelle?
Thank you. I think that the work of the Data Disaggregation Subcommittee, I agree on the A team. We need you in all committees. As I sit here today and listen to the conversation in each of the committees, I think that this has been a point of contention for the NHPI community for years when we were lumped into just AAPI. And so as I hear the issues and the recommendations from each committee, the importance of data disaggregation, I will echo Luisa's frustration of, we've been talking about this for years, and in these recommendations, I don't see my people. So when we talk about language or English or all the language access, I think of the forbidden language, not allowed. And so our issue is around preservation, not just access. When I think about mental health, I think about the trauma, the historical trauma, and why mental health amongst Native Hawaiians and Pacific Islanders who have been invisible to their government in their own homelands, and how difficult that has been. And so I think that there's twofold. I've waited to see where we interject this, and I think that we have to figure out how Native Hawaiians and Pacific Islanders are appropriately seen in these recommendations in each of these committees. And I do think that there are issues that are not represented in any of these subcommittees yet, and we need to figure that out. So data disaggregation is going to be the key to that. So sorry, I speak to you from a place of huge kuleana, a responsibility to represent our people, and I just say that because I've sat here to listen, and I just want that to be noted. Mahalo.
Yeah, just to comment, our diversity has been used against us when the diversity of the ANHPI community has brought this nation innovation and ingenuity in business, in medicine, in engineering, in leadership, and it is high time we treat it as the blessing it is, rather than a burden to its progress.
In education, they always say if you can't measure it, then you're not doing your work, and so that's always part of the issue. I don't want to say size matters because the numbers are pretty small for Pacific Islanders, but that is such an important point because for years, I heard this from Department of Labor. We can't calculate an unemployment rate for you because the numbers are too small and we can't do an estimate. We can't calculate the homeless population. All of these issues are dependent upon data. And I'm really also touched by the point about the national security assessment. It shouldn't be lost to us that this whole floor is devoted to the National Security Council. We're kind of interlopers in this in this endeavor, and the National Security Council is determining so much about national policy, and not just overseas, but what happens in our immediate environment.
Yeah, just to mention, because that was a good point, Ajahn, is that the secondary analysis of data sets is not done routinely. So a lot of times our data is on the shelf because there's not interest to go in and do a finer analysis because of statistical limitations. So in survey data, it's different than administrative data, which is data that the country gets through CMS, through Social Security claims, what have you. And that's a big way we do forecast trends in this country, is we use those types of administrative data to tell us what things the country needs to prepare for to improve some type of health disparity. Administrative data is commonly not disaggregated. It depends on academic researchers who decide this is my interest of the year, or this is what I want to do during my sabbatical. And then so the assessment of our proximity to equity is based on a whim, and we need to start making it intentional. And so I think the recommendations speak to community academic partnerships to ensure that this data is reported. But the Equity Data Work Group, which has been just established this year, works across the federal agencies to produce that data equity. And one of their charges is to leverage that unused data. And so that's in the budget for their 2023, which is why it's in alignment with our recommendations.
Mia.
Thanks. Thank you all for all your work. As a person that works in public policy and research, I think data disaggregation rules it all. So go A-team is really what I'm saying. But anyway, the things that I have seen, at least through the work that I have done, is around that statistical significance mark, right? So many times I'll go to talk to groups and ask them for the ANHPI data that is disaggregated, and every single time they pull it, it is not statistically significant, and thus they feel uncomfortable in reporting it. So one thing that I want to point out is a huge success that we had just recently through the census. We had numerous organizations on the ground working on the census. So much so that we actually got overcounted in the census, which is great for our community across the nation. So my question is how do we use that example to better understand how we can better get the data that we need so that we are statistically significant enough for people to actually pay attention to us, right? So I think one of the things that we really need to look at is what made that census effort so successful. It's a bunch of different things. I was part of some of the work that was done on the ground, but I think we do need to do a better study on that. Secondly, I think a big part of what I would love for us to do on the health team and with the data disaggregation team is looking at COVID studies and being able to figure out what's going on with ANHPI communities around COVID. We were dragging behind on getting vaccines. We have ticked back up. partially that's because of our community organizations, again, who have taken up the slack that the government has unfortunately not taken, which is the same thing for the census. So, being able to prioritize our communities and getting access to all of the COVID stuff that comes along. I think that's extremely important as well. Thank you.
Thanks so much for the comment. So we're not, data disaggregation isn't new, as you heard, that there's so much work that had been done, that there's a strong foundation for us to build upon. And there's a lot of best practices that have recently have come up. We started with the 2016 recommendations from the interagency work group that looked at data disaggregation for AA and HPI. They had some great recommendations, but that was 6 years ago, and a lot has changed. And so the census made some great gains this go-round, but not for all of us. Pacific Islander groups, Native Hawaiians as well, struggled with the report that came for the census because they had actually under-engagement. And so there's also oversampling that's done by NHANES, so we have better markers for our Asian populations, not so much for our Pacific Islanders. We do have COVID data that was successful. Congress put out the AAPI COVID survey that was done by Ann Saw that I collaborated with. And so there's a mountain full of data that came from that survey regarding the experience of AA and HPI communities during COVID. A lot of it extremely useful in regards to vaccine hesitancy, vaccine access, and other necessary needs that stemmed out of the pandemic. What we don't have is the funding to fully report all of that, monstrous data that came out of that survey. So one of the things that we may want to look at is how do we leverage a lot of that unused data that's just sitting on the shelf right now. Anything else?
Go ahead.
I'm good.
I would just add, just to build on Reno's point, is that we could have all the data we want, but if we can't analyze it, it's fairly useless. So I think that's one of the biggest challenges here.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm a part of the A team, so I wanted to say something. I think that what my experience has been that we also need to educate our communities about the significance of data disaggregation so that they can also be responding in the same way that we're trying to, change structural systems, right? And part of it is also now people are very worried about data protection. And so in the same breath that we want to disaggregate data, we also need to make sure that individual data is protected. And then the other thing that I've been seeing a lot is that when we disaggregate the data, I think that there's more opportunities to work in collaboration and partnership with other communities of color, especially in areas that have diverse, communities. And so I really find that although I know that the data disaggregation movement has been led by Asian Americans, that it's been benefiting a lot of other communities as well too. And so how can we continue to work in collaboration with other groups who are also asking for data disaggregation? And I think that's where the data equity group, their report was really important, and that we received that just recently. And so I needed to dissect that a little bit more just to see how we can be working in allyship with other groups that allyship with other groups that are doing the work. And then finally, I think that we were just kind of making notes that, one of the reasons why the census campaign worked so well is because there was a lot of funding that was injected into communities to take the lead. And so in some ways, it may not work for everybody, but it worked a lot for our communities that were participating very actively in the census, right?
Carrie.
Thank you, yeah, and thank you for the great work of this committee. It's a frustrating thing to know that data is sitting there on the shelves and hasn't been used, and especially when Executive Order 11246 was put in place 57 years ago, and then more recently 13985 and then 14035, all tools that could be used or should have been used to be able to analyze that kind of data. And I'm sure that Larissa knows more about these executive orders, a whole lot more than I do. But the lingering question is, what happened to these executive orders? Was there compliance, or do these executive orders need refinement?
All right, I'm going to leave the question because we've got to keep moving. But I think you have a lot of information, and I think the two recommendations, it sounds like, are just the beginning of many conversations to be had for the A-team here. To keep moving. I think Kai-Ying just wanted to mention the A-team, which is why she...
Emily's the other member of our subcommittee, so.
So, but I think...
Members and 3 co-chairs.
I think the important thing I want to just mention on the subcommittee, and I mean, both Amy and Michelle have said this, is remembering that the Native Hawaiian communities have different conversations, and as each of us look at our subcommittees, to really understand how we incorporate specifically Native Hawaiian pieces and Pacific Islander pieces into our recommendations, so we're not leaving out other members of our communities, as we are representative of all of our communities. Excuse me, to make sure that happens. So I think we will talk about this in more in the next part of the conversation after we get to the last subcommittee. But let's take a 5-minute break before we have the economic subcommittee, and then we'll start with the economic subcommittee. One final subcommittee before we go into deliberations about all of the recommendations and make sure we can have conversations, any final conversations. So let's go ahead and get started with the economic subcommittee with the co-chairs Ajay, Simon, and Smita.
Thank you, Sonal. Commissioner, Chief, should we call you Chief? Chief Shah. Oh, no. Okay, so first of all, before, I want to note that I'm very, sort of sad about this conversation about the A-team previous to us, because I was fairly certain that our committee was such a rock star. My co-chairs, let me start by Ajay Baturia was my co-chair, and Simon Pang was my other co-chair. Our members are Louisa Blue, who is a rock star, right? Yeah. Kimberly Chang, Carrie Doi, Michelle Kuhane, Kevin Kim, Ai-jen Poo, and our DFO, Larissa. Thank you so much for everything that you've done. It's, you guys have all been amazing. So our first meeting was March 4th. We essentially sat down and established a regular meeting schedule. We met 7 times since March 4th, including March 4th on the 4th, 18th, 1st, 15th, 29th, 2nd, and 4th. We essentially also decided we were going to define what we wanted to do. The first thing, the one thing that was most interesting is we sat down at that meeting and started bouncing back different ideas that we had. And Simon will go into a little bit more detail on that in a few minutes. But the one thing we realized is economic equity was about the individual, but it's also about business. And so we wanted to be clear that we're thinking about it in both ways, as individuals and about business opportunities for our community. So with that, keeping an eye towards equity, justice, and opportunity in all our recommendations, ensuring that we address the systemic disparity facing our community by ensuring our recommendations address all of these different opportunities. We started to develop a plan and lay a framework for different subject matter experts that could come and present to us. So we had 4 groups come to us, the WIANPI Regional Network National Co-Chairs, Ben Raju and Paul Chang. And they provided an overview of the regional network, efforts to increase awareness and access to economic opportunities, recommendations for further collaboration, et cetera. Bharat Ramamurthy, Deputy Director of the White House National Economic Council, shared information about the administration's current efforts to help small business. Jenny Yang from the Department of Labor, Office of Federal Contract Compliance Programs, talks about how she's looking at data and compliance programs, evaluation, as well as how to protect individual AA and HPI people from discrimination, such as pay and hiring. And then Julie Wong, Presidential Management Fellow and Staff Lead for the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, Accessibility Subcommittee on Secretary Walsh's Advisory Committee on Apprenticeship. So we had actually one more, Janice Bodler from CDFI, the U.S. Department of Treasury, which was also just another fantastic one to talk about how the Department of Treasury is, what they're doing to promote economic equity for AA and HPI community. So in reaction to this, we started, we had identified sort of our short and long-term goal, and we decided to focus on 2 recommendations, but Simon will go into a little bit more detail. Simon.
Thank you all. Good afternoon. Good to see everyone here in person. We have been meeting with each other virtually. I'm glad that every one of us, we are safe and with all the smile on the face. That's very good. So we, Economic Subcommittee has been working on identify short-term, long-term goals for advising the President on the ways, that the public, private, and nonprofit sectors can work together on advancing advanced economy, equity, economy development, support for underserved AA and HPI communities through the federal government. We discuss increased access and awareness around the federal contracts process, procurement process, grants, loans, and available resources for small business, workforce development, internships, and increased participation in AA and HPI, and increased participation in AA and HPI small business in the federal procurement process, etc. This is just the beginning of our work. We will continue to add more items to our short-term and long-term goals for the economy development of AA and HPI communities. My colleague, our team leader here, will go a little bit further on that. But before I go on, I think we have discussed numerous areas. I think one of the key areas is still language. Don't everybody agree? I think we have to have a big push. I 100% agree with Luisa. If we don't do it today, it will continue to drag on. Who knows? So just do it. Hopefully the administration will continue to push on that. This is very, very hard on this. We have to do it. And as a banker, for us, sometimes the regulator wanted us to make sure that we have bilinguals, or even trilinguals in our brochure. I don't understand why the federal authority, on their level, should have a multi-language. They should continue to push that area so that AA and HPI will be able to access a lot of kind of equity in the process. Before I pass it on to you, any one of you knows the latest EB5 investment, the new one? The administration passed the law on March the 15th. Okay. The new threshold is, the limit is 800,000. Okay. That is the easiest way for anybody that who can invest, the one to get a green card, to go to USDA, that you can get a process without any waiting period. I was told that at most 6 months, including you get the green card. The very minute you submit the application, you can get, to get the status and stay and legally work here. This is something new, but, I don't think a lot of people know that. The reason I know that because we are we are working with our customers and people who are telling us, so we have to come up with a program, okay? We can discuss in more detail after the meeting, but anyway, Ajay.
Thank you, Simon. Thank you. On behalf of the subcommittee, I'll be presenting two recommendations. The first one is hosting forums in several cities across the country entitled White House Initiative ANHPI Economic Summit. A lot of, you may have also come across the same thing, that a lot of our friends talk about, hey, how can I become a federal contractor? Tell me more about the different kind of loans and programs grants are available for non-profit organizations. And what are the resources which are available for where can I develop my skills or get into a new job? And many times, most of our community members, someone who's working in let's say, in a salon or a restaurant or in a small business, they don't know how to navigate this. On top of that, there are a lot of forms and language access issue. So the idea of this hosting forums in several cities is that the country is a partnership with the regional network and community organizations. The title White House Initiative and ANHPI Economic Summit. The forums will highlight Biden-Harris administration's commitment to advancing equity, economic empowerment, and connecting local ANHPI community members directly with federal leaders and resources from Commerce Department, MBDA, SBA, Treasury, and many other agencies. The background, ANHPI communities have very limited awareness around federal procurement process, becoming a federal supplier contractor, or applying for federal jobs, grants, internships, and programs. The Department of Commerce, EDA, and MBDA, SBA, and Department of Treasury are rolling out programs to assist small businesses, but many owners and many community members do not understand how to access this program, so they don't even know about these programs. So the awareness is very limited in many cases. As the Department of Labor, HHS, and other agencies roll out programs to support individuals and create economic opportunity, many disadvantaged individuals are not aware of how to identify or take advantage of them. Based on data gathered from regional network in last few years, only a limited number of events have been organized to share information around these topics which we just discussed. This limited outreach to ANHPI community is not sufficient to demonstrate the administration's continued commitment to the President's executive order on advancing economic equity and support the underserved ANHPI community throughout the federal government. So what are we recommending? We are suggesting that we demonstrate the administration's commitment by hosting these forums across maybe 20, 25 cities where we have the predominantly ANHPI communities. Highlight the impact in these forums. We will bring people together from various agencies, and working with the regional network group, we'll put together an agenda, which will be a day-long event where they will highlight they will increase awareness around available resources for skill development, training, educational workshops, becoming a federal contractor, grants, loans, career development, resume writing, workshops, advancement, vocational training, and many other items. Increasing engagement between ANHPI constituents and administrative officials at various levels. We encourage ANHPI community members to apply and will encourage ANHPI members to apply for procurement, jobs, grant, internships, and programs, and share available tools. Timeline, the subcommittee recommends forming a detailed implementation timeline agenda, working in consulting with IWG and regional network, and then launching it sometime in September or October. The Latino White House had already launched the White House Latino Economic Summit. And so it's high time that we launch this and we do this. And this would be an annual program, not one time. So irrespective of this, has to continue annually. And I discussed commissioners can be part of these events in their cities and bring the community together. Thank you. I will move to the next recommendation. The next recommendation is increase the share of federal contract dollars that go to small disadvantaged business, a category that includes many ANHPI, to 20% by 2025. The background. Today, okay, some good things. We are going to be over 40 million by 2060, and we have been busy creating small businesses, enterprises, encountering challenges. Instead of that, we have been creating opportunities, giving a lot of taxes. At the same time, the federal contract dollars that go to small disadvantaged businesses is only 5%, and that includes A and HPI category. A lot of us, when we discuss that, can we not say in this recommendation that this 20% should, or 5% or 10% should go to A and HPI community? What was told to us that because of the Constitution, it cannot be done by race. So then we said, okay, how do we increase this grant to the small disadvantaged businesses from 5% to 20% by 2025, so that there will be more small businesses who can be part of this federal procurement process and come up, and our communities can go. And there has to be more outreach through the first recommendation, where they will talk about it. More people can enter this process and take advantage of this. So 8% in 2022, 11% in 2023, and 15% in 2024, and 20% in 2025. This is a step-by-step increase in procurement goals by the agencies, and that's what is recommended. We recommended GSA, DOD, SBA, Commerce, HHS, USTR, federal agencies, and regional network provide technical assistance and details available to the community throughout the country through local events, and share more information. And so I'll stop here.
Thanks. So just one thing that both of our recommendations do is we started out with this idea of short-term, medium-term, long-term. And we sort of defined it as, okay, well, the first thing we want to do in the short term is talk about programs that exist, make sure there's awareness around them. The next step is to strengthen, and then the third step would be new programs and initiatives. So this is part of like that strategy of making sure our community continues to build on existing things and to get stronger. So we're not doing, well, as Luisa mentioned, we're not making any progress, and we want to make sure that's happening in every step. Pardon?
Can I also add?
Hi, Jen, I know you.
I was just going to add that the recommendations are very small business focused, but we also spent quite a bit of time talking about workers, especially low-wage workers in our communities, and the need to address quality work opportunities for workers in sectors like care work, for example, where our communities are disproportionately concentrated, but wages are also quite low and lack access to benefits and a safety net. So hopefully in future recommendations, you'll see more of that reflected as well.
No, and I think we had originally, when we started this, we had about 9 recommendations that we started out with. Knowing we couldn't flesh out all 9, we said, we started the conversation with the Department of Labor and other things, but we had workforce development and some of these other ideas in there too. So thank you, Jen. We definitely want to address those. They're important.
My one comment to you all would be to put out some of the other things you want to discuss in public, so then you can have those conversations amongst different subcommittees.
Do you have the list?
Yeah,
I have
so, yeah, go ahead.
I can pull it up.
Otherwise, we can't talk to you about
Oh, no, of course, yeah. Give me a second
Just
to
think,
pull it up.
While you're looking, I'm going to ask Kamal to start, and then we'll just go through questions, and then if you can mention it.
Of course, yeah.
Grace next.
Shall I? Okay. So I was just wondering if you guys had given any consideration to sort of disenfranchised folks from the AA and NHPI communities. I'll give you an example. My uncle, when he first came to this country, he had no papers. So he worked for less than half of what minimum wage was at the time. And he worked 2 jobs. He slept, he didn't have a mattress. He slept on in a room on some comforters. And he had a very, very hard life. But that's because he couldn't get access to so many of the things that we're talking about here today. But I think it's incumbent upon us as a committee to look at those people from our communities that aren't just a part of the system, that are outside of the purview of what we say is our system, and may not have papers, They may not be here through what is considered legal or legitimate means, but they're still part of the community. They're still part of us. So I just wanted to know if we had given any sort of consideration to that.
Yeah, I mean, we did, and that will be a future recommendation, but I think that we could work with the health committee on that so that undocumented workers, people get the health benefits as well as economic resources to prosper and any workforce development required. So that will be a future recommendation we will have it, to discuss.
So good?
Grace?
Go ahead. Grace.
Hello? Does this one work? Yeah, okay. And on that, I'm sure that we can talk about that in the context of immigration as well, around authorization to work or opportunities for folks that don't have lawful authorization. But in any event, my comment was really specific as to the second recommendation, and I was actually talking to my spouse about this the other day because he works with minority students in the university setting, and he was just commenting on how user-friendly the websites and the registration for minority-owned businesses and women are to actually use, and that a lot of folks just don't even bother because it's so inaccessible. So just to get really specific, if that's, I'd suggest maybe adding resources to updating websites and making them linguistically accessible and other things, but just like even that, really specific thing I'd like to offer.
No, thank you so much. So just on some of the other topics that were addressed or raised, we talked about student debt assistance reduction. We talked about access to welfare benefits. We talked about workforce development. That was actually, we voted on these two. That was a really important one. Small business and workforce development, including private sector and union labor, small business administration, increasing access to economic opportunity and raising awareness. So that was one of the recommendations that we put forward. Grants, that was one of the recommendations. Contracts, procurement, I think has folded into the previous two. Loans, access to loans for the community, and supporting AA and HPI domestic businesses, and especially those that are exporters. So those are some of the ideas. And again, as we talk about these, when we talk about care, we have overlap with health, right? So we start to see a lot of these things. That's one of the things, as we started talking, we realized data, we were constantly looking for data as well. So in our case, we're very open to having additional feedback and also how we can partner with other groups to make our recommendations stronger and to have lasting impact for the community.
So comment on the loans and the institutions that give out loans or other grants. I'm in healthcare, and definitely one of the things that we realized in the PPP is that all those loans were channeled to banks. Yep. And the banks were not really cognizant or interested in all of the different issues that we've talked about today, because they were there to push out the loans as fast as they could. That's why the first wave of loans went to established businesses, some of the big corporations. So I would like the committee to consider that, because the government does see the commercial sector as the biggest, fastest means of doing this. And if we're not able to build into regulations or whatever, the fact that these institutions who contract with government also have to observe all of these access issues, I think that's a big deal. Because in this case, it was the community that intervened, the community that did the language access, the explanations, the assistance in how you fill out forms to be able to help qualify folks. So, so not just instructions and regulations for banks, but assistance for community organizations to be able to bridge that function. The other thing I talked about is that Commissioner Wong and I just had a meeting with the regional SBA administrator just the other day, because That particular Region 10 administrator and also separately, the White House Initiative Network are eager to do some work with us. So I was interested in hearing about the convening that you want to do around this, all the different opportunities that may be out there for small businesses. So please think about the regional networks too, as a way to do that, because they're already placed into different, departments, the U.S. government departments. They've been silent, not taken advantage, meaning not used, the last several years, and they're eager to do work again.
Absolutely, and this program will be rolled down in partnership with regional networks and IWGs and the agencies. So we have discussed this with regional networks, and once this recommendation is approved, then we'll be working on putting together a implementation plan.
Teresita, I would just add, as a member of that committee, that I think that's an important concept or aspect that you're raising around the banks. And so we did have a presentation by the U.S. Treasury and CDFI Fund, and have had conversations around the impact and the role that CDFIs have to play in economic recovery and things like PPP. In Hawaii, one of our CDFIs, the Council for Native Hawaiian Advancement, did PPP, and you're right, it makes a big difference because they add technical assistance and they support and are not getting stacked in a whole bunch of folks that are fighting to get to those dollars. And so we did, and Simon has good experience as a CDFI bank, but I think those have a huge role to play in some of the conversation we've had.
And just for the public, CDFI, Community Development Finance Institutions, to keep up with the soup of language that's out there. Kai-Ying.
I'm really happy you mentioned that you all discuss access to welfare too, but I also wanted to think deeper about just, the systems that perpetuate poverty within our communities and keep them in poverty, right? Because I think maybe this needs a legislative action, but perhaps a long-term look at just how systems continue to keep our communities in poverty. They can't go to work, they can't earn extra funding, and so then they become unbanked, right? And then they can't access all these other opportunities that you're talking about. And so that cycle of poverty just continues, and I see this a lot in my community. I see a lot in the Pacific Islander Native Hawaiian community. So there's a lot of similarities across the country, and while I think that the business investments are really sorely needed, I feel like I'm always on the other end of the pendulum where we can't seem to find, innovative ways to lift people out of poverty as well too, and so just something to think about as well.
Right now?
Yeah, just thank you so much, Father. So economic equity crosses almost all of our recommendation categories.
That's why Smita said she's a team.
So one of the things that I mentioned is that economic disparity within an HPI is huge. Robert just mentioned disparity in education, but equity is a social determinant of health, but also quality of life. It's one of those things that allows us to access all the resources that we talked about. And one of the things I think data disaggregation can help with is to make sure that we help those communities that need it the most. The ones that don't know that they can have access to this because they've never been told that they can, because systemically they never could. The other point I'd like to make is that the indigenous Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islanders, Guam, American Samoa, the Native Hawaiians, have a different issue regarding economic equity that probably should be brought to light.
No, thank you so much for saying that. That actually I think Michelle did bring that up at our meeting as well. And it's something that I was really appreciative to Michelle that she raised it in our meeting, and that it's something that needs to be brought to light. And I know I'm learning a lot more about it, and I think it's a really important point. So absolutely. Regarding equity of, health and quality of life and data, there's, we are definitely getting, as we go through our process of committee, we are learning more about these different topics. And we definitely would love to talk with you about how we could choose certain things and help prioritize the next level of what we want to do. Because what I find fascinating, and sort of, at the beginning, I will say I was pretty certain we were the rock star team. But the thing that I've observed just by being on other committees and everything is there's so much great work and so much heart that goes into everything, and the amazing caliber and differences of the people in everything that's presented. I realize how grateful we are to have so many different people that can add to our thinking and help us. So we would love to talk to you more about shaping that topic.
Sarah?
One of the statistics that at one of our meetings was that actually the elderly population of Asian Americans is among the highest for long-term unemployment. And I think about what Kai-Ying said. I think Commissioner Kim had mentioned that the Asian population is growing as far as that of poverty. And I just would like to just comment that in your continued work in the subcommittee, that we also pay special attention to the elderly AA and NHPI population, which I find is really probably some of the most vulnerable as far as Kai-Ying's point about remaining in a cycle of poverty. And I think we tend as a culture to sort of count out people who are not of what we think is working age, but many of them have to continue to. Thank you.
Nahid?
Thank you so much for the work of the subcommittee. I wanted to just raise a point that I think applies to all of our subcommittees, but also to yours. We're talking a lot about the resources the different communities have because of advocacy groups and nonprofits, and I worked at an advocacy group for a long time. There's also disparities between the resources different communities have within the Asian community. So there are large-scale Asian American groups. There are particular communities that have more access to some of those, and there's more focus on particular issues. And I think, when I think about my own community, the Pakistani American community, there's very limited resources, and they have the challenges of being Asian American and also predominantly Muslim American. And so I think that's just something we should all keep in mind, like the Bangladeshi community, the Indonesian community. There's many communities where they do not have a strong infrastructure of organizations who are advocating for them or who have access to them. So if we're overly dependent on using those groups to kind of spread out resources and educational, materials, we're going to be missing a lot of people.
So I hear your point, and I think it's very valid. But what we have tried to address, it will be multi-year, forums. But the first year of forum, we are trying to work through the regional networks who are connected with the local communities in each of the regional network and the local organization. So so they will be, we'll be working with them to make sure that local communities are represented properly in those areas when this forums takes place in those cities, and then each year those are revised. So.
Mia?
I will try to be as quick as possible. I know we're at time. But thank you all so much. I totally understand the width and breadth of what it means to work on economic inequities within society. It's a huge behemoth of an issue that affects all parts of life. I think there's a couple of things that I do want to push back on. I know that we want to address the cycles of poverty, but talking to people who don't have access to any resources and telling them that we don't want to give them resources now that we want to teach them how to fish. Well, if they don't have resources now, they're never going to be able to go out and fish. They need to actually address the current situation that they're in. So I think it's still very incumbent on us to address the social safety net programs and how they are inequitably provided to the AA and HPI communities. We know that in terms of access to SSI, SSDI, food stamps, et cetera, we are one of the least likely to utilize some of these services. And I think part of that is the model minority myth, part of that is the public charge, part of that is the immigration work ethic type of model. But that means that a lot of us are not getting the resources that we need that could help lift us out of poverty and give us that stepping stool to get to a place. So my worry about both of these areas that are really hyper-focused on small businesses is that we are leaving out a whole ton of people who don't even have the resources to even start a small business. And so I'm thinking, like, how can we best utilize our voices to uplift the voices of folks who literally have nothing? And that's where I see the economic equity part, and where Aijen was talking about worker power and the issues that workers face on a daily basis, particularly undocumented workers, and how can we provide them with the support and putting our resources into that rather than the small business community that already has some footing on the ground. Thank you.
Carrie, then Aijen.
I would prefer not saying anything and let my colleagues on the subcommittee and the co-chairs take all the flack. But I'm a shy kind of a guy, and so it's a lot easier. But let me expose my vulnerabilities a little bit and say that the organization that I represent is a CDFI, and as such, the average loan that we provide is only about $37,000. Right, and so we are helping the small businesses that need help the most. We were successful in being able to secure significant enough government funding to be able to deploy about $1.5 million in grants to small businesses. So there are government resources out there that we're able to secure, and then. And I don't mind saying that, but I am a fourth generation born on a plantation, and so poverty and jobs are personal to me. And so that's one of the reasons why I sit on this subcommittee, is because we have been a workforce development organization for over 40 years, because I really do believe that the most transformational thing that you can do for an individual is to put that person into a good paying job with health benefits, right? And so as such, please know that we are very sincere in the work that we do, and we will continue to put our best foot forward in trying to come up with a solution that not only helps people in LA, but all over the country.
Thank you, Carrie. Aijen, are you gonna, yeah.
I won't repeat what Mia said, but just wanted to also share some good news data point that we heard in one of our presentations. There was an extraordinary data point about more than 400,000 AA and HPI children lifted out of poverty because of the child tax credit investments in the American Rescue Plan. Huge, huge impact. And I'm concerned because we haven't re-upped on the child tax credit. So what is going to happen to those children and those families who got a boost from the American Rescue Plan is one question I have. But I think it's so inspiring to know that we can lift more than 400,000 children in our communities out of poverty. Like, that is inspiring. So I just think to end us on a good note here.
All right, I'm going to close on this conversation because we need to move to, Simon, sorry, we need to move on to the broader deliberations on all of the subcommittees and the recommendations. So let me just put here, I think there are multiple recommendations, put here, both of your recommendations. I think one thing I think you take away from everyone here is to also just, in your next round, please think about how we also think about the safety net and where we can really ensure that the safety net. The one comment I would make to all of you is, like, as you think about where to host these sessions, it's easy to go to just where there's large AA and HPI populations, but think about where there might be concentrated specific populations that we should be thinking about. And I would specifically also urge that we look at our Native Hawaiian communities and sort of, and the Pacific Islander communities, and where specifically they could also be a part of the economic growth engine, because I don't know that we always think about that when we think about the contracting.
And just to put it out there, I want to make sure, we did talk about in the meeting, and I believe it's in the recommendation, that we're going to look at population data where there are concentrated, not just the large metro population area, but like if there are smaller communities that we're not going to miss. So that was one, yeah.
Fantastic.
Oh,
Again,
and the other thing, sorry, just because I want to put it out before we go, the other thing is, we also talked about on the social safetyness and raising awareness, potentially doing a website, and we started discussing that in committee. How can we start to propagate it? But we needed more time to develop that. So that's one of the recommendations that sort of came up. Is it a website? Is it community organizations? We've started to think about that, and happy to have any thoughts or comments on that as we are developing it.
awesome. So we're gonna keep rolling through because I would like to get us out of here by 6 o'clock. We're not gonna take any breaks. If you need to take a break, please go take a break, but we're gonna keep moving. I'm gonna now go through all of the different subcommittees and just make sure there's any other final comments that people want to have a discussion about. And then what I'd like to do is probably just go vote subcommittee by subcommittee to see if we want to move forward on the recommendations. Does that work, Emmeline? Okay, great. I have to make sure I get my rules right here. All right, on the health subcommittee, we did have a revision, so I just want to put in the commission discussion revisions. In the interest of equity, health subcommittee should consider that the Affordable Care Act is not applied in the same way as in the states. Consider bilingual providers to support mental health services, consider addressing disparities amongst AA and HPI populations, consider need to helping perpetrators who have mental health issues too. Note that suicide is high prevalence amongst AA and HPI youth, and consider collaboration with Citizenship, Immigration Subcommittee, Language Access Subcommittee, Belonging and Inclusion Subcommittees, Data Disaggregation Subcommittee, and Economic Subcommittee. I should have just said all of the other subcommittees, but I wanted to put that out there. Those were sort of the commission discussion on this. You have recommendations in front of you from the data, from the Health Equity Subcommittee. Are we all comfortable with moving forward with the recommendations? Any changes, any concerns, any questions on these recommendations? Everybody good? All right, so can we all vote? Hands up if you agree with the recommendations moving forward. Health equity. It was unanimous. Did anybody abstain? No, unanimous.
Thank you. For the record, unanimous vote on the recommendations from the Health Equity Subcommittee.
I'm going to now go to belonging.
Unanimous vote from the Health Equity Subcommittee.
Okay. Belonging, Inclusion, Anti-Asian Hate, Anti-Discrimination Subcommittee. I believe I actually read the comments from that one, but I wanted to make sure. Are there any, there were 3 recommendations here. Any questions? Naid?
Thanks so much. I just wanted to clarify one quick thing that became confusing during the discussion earlier, if it's okay with my co-chairs. We're not, the first recommendation is about making funding conditional on reporting hate crimes. It is not recommending additional funding. So
Yes.
it's the funding they're already receiving. You get less if you're not reporting about hate crimes. So that's what the recommendation, so I'm sorry that that became confusing, just wanted to clarify.
Thank you, Naid. Again, are any questions, any concerns further? Are we, can we vote on agreeing to move forward with the 3 recommendations in belonging, inclusion, anti-Asian hate, anti-discrimination? Everybody, please raise your hands if you're comfortable with moving them forward. So Larissa, we have unanimous consent, except Smita is not here, so.
Can we reiterate what they are?
Okay, let me just reiterate the 3, just to make sure everybody knows. Department of Justice conditions federal funding administered by the agency on credible law enforcement participation in FBI's Hate Crime Statistics Act, Hate Crimes Data Collection and Reporting Program. Recommendation that all branches of the U.S. military adopt a standardized uniform policy that presumptively allows for religious articles of faith. Recommendation that the commission engage in public-private partnerships to help build a series of PSAs that address anti-Asian hate crimes and promote inclusion and belonging of AA and HPI communities. Right, so we approve that. Smita was not here. Okay, well, we'll wait then. I'm going to go ahead and see if we have any other comments on other subcommittees. So as we move forward, immigration. Hang on a second. Sorry about that. Immigration Citizen Status Subcommittee. Any comments? And let me just read through the recommendations just so that we are all in agreement. Recommendation that the Department of Homeland Security's United States Citizenship and Immigration Services reduce backlog of immigration visas by expanding staffing and modernizing processes to reduce wait times, expanding premium processing services, providing automatic work permit renewals, secure funding, and more quickly process work permits, travel documents, temporary status extensions, and other immigration applications. Recommendation 2, that DHS and USCIS, Department of State, reduce internal processing times for family green card applications. And recommendation 3, that the Department of Homeland Security and the State Department issue new public charge policies that support AA and NHPI immigrant families accessing health and well-being supports, and partner with other federal agencies and community organizations to engage in outreach to AA and NHPI communities about these changes. Any comments here?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mia.
Reducing both the state and federal reliance on,
Got it, on the charge, yeah. Great. Can we make sure we make that change on state and federal? Yes.
So specifically, in our committee, we removed NH from.
Okay.
From the immigrant families language. And then we had also in response to Mia's comments earlier, so I don't know if this is.
Can you read that
the whole
out?
thing?
Yeah.
Okay, so I worked on this to say the federal government should issue new public charge policies that support Asian American and Pacific Islander immigrant families in accessing supports for their health and well-being as soon as possible. In making an assessment of whether someone is likely to become a public charge, the regulations should limit consideration to current receipt of federal cash assistance for income maintenance only, i.e. not consideration of past use of state benefits, nor federal or state health, housing, food assistance, or education benefits, and not long-term institutionalization at government expense. And so the addition was the rule should reiterate that the public charge determination be made by evaluating the totality of circumstances, and should also specify that no single factor is dispositive. And that was the addition based on the comments. And then lastly, USCIS and the State Department should accept a properly executed affidavit of support as presumptively sufficient to overcome a public charge determination, and USCIS should partner with other federal agencies to engage in widespread outreach and education to Asian American and Pacific Islander communities about the changes, including about which benefits would not implicate the public charge rule. Is that?
Are you comfortable with that? Yeah. Okay. Naid? And Daniel, you had, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, just quickly, did that remove the timeline that we were discussing earlier about approval process for green cards?
That's a different one. This is
No,
sorry.
wait, we'll come back to this in a second. On the public charge one, does everybody understand what the changes were? Are we comfortable with the changes? Okay. I think what Daniel's asking about is the first two that I read about the a recommendation of Department of Homeland Security and U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services backlog. We had put a timeline on that. Ajay, it was not in the original thing, so I know you added this when you were talking. Are we?
Yeah, so we discussed that, I was discussing with Smita and updated the wording. The wording goes, the targeted goal for applications in process is 6 months unless there is a query or questions by the USCIS. If there's a query or more information needed, USCIS, State Department continue to process the application outside 6 months goal and adjudicate decisions in a timely fashion.
Does that address people's concerns? Smita? You raised it.
Yeah, so the question is, are we just rolling it forward for 6 more months every time then?
So I think what you all are trying to do, and this is my guess, is that you're trying to force the agency to actually make decisions and not just keep holding on to it, which is what's happened in the backlogs. And to say that if we put a timeline, but what you're trying not, and at the same time, you're trying to make sure it doesn't inadvertently backfire to do that. So my recommendation to you all is probably to go back to your colleagues at USCIS and see what's the best way of wording it in a way that does not inadvertently affect the timeline, but what's a way to do it that doesn't affect us?
How do you create incentives without creating penalties?
Correct.
Yeah, an incentive for the agencies, but no penalties for the people who are applying.
So USCIS themselves have published this new timeline, internal service timeline for 6 months. And if the cases are not processed, they will continue to process the cases, outside of timeline. They're not saying that, okay, if it's 6 months, we'll stop processing the case or we'll reject it. They never said that. They will continue to process. If there's more information needed, they will continue to process it.
But if we're confused, they're confused, and that could still backfire.
Yeah.
So the recommendation that Sana is suggesting is that we go back to the agency just to make sure before we make a vote and we have unintended consequences. We can talk through that here, but that doesn't mean that's what they're gonna do.
Yeah. So I think Sonal was saying the recommendation in writing didn't have that, right? I thought it did.
It did not have it in writing. It was mentioned in the documents that were passed out. It's not in writing. So
What is not in writing?
what we have in writing that was given to us in this meeting did not have the timeline in here.
No, it's there.
I think it's there. I thought it was
Oh,
there.
it's in the detailed
It's there.
document.
It's
Yeah.
in the,
It is
Okay.
there, and the graphics is there from the USCIS, which they
So-
are going to follow the 6 months timeline.
So maybe I might suggest that we add in a statement that says, we also recommend that this does not inadvertently affect dismissing cases that should be in a timely manner looked at also. So whatever the right language is in that, like, put that in there.
We can add that.
Yeah.
So Emmeline,
That's better.
could we add
Emmeline,
this?
does that make sense?
Yeah, I think that's fine. I don't, if the group feels that you're comfortable with that, then that's fine. My concern would be that the group might feel like they're rushing this issue.
Oh, you have to go on mic, sorry.
For this small thing, this is a big thing for the community.
Please.
Yeah, what I don't want to happen is the group
I mean, this is a
feeling
big thing
like
for the
they
community.
haven't
We
had a
should
chance to
support it as
really
well.
thoughtfully think through this. You'll be meeting again, probably another 3 months, and I know that seems like a really long time, but if you're going to advance this to the president, you want to make sure that you're absolutely clear that it's going to be implemented in the way that you want it to be implemented.
only thing I want to add is that the committee has waited for long, and for this one small wording which Sonal is suggesting, I will request for the committee, the commission to consider it, because this is something which is impacting thousands and thousands of community members. And the more we continue to delay, it's not going to go anywhere, I mean. So the USCIS is clear, when we had the meeting with them, they were clear that they're going to follow this 6 months timeline. And if there are cases which needs more query, we have added the wording which I sent to the MLN that they will continue to process it as needed, as much time needed, I mean. So.
Mia?
Yeah, just as a service provider who has done, worked for the government, both in different administrations, you want to be as clear as possible in your recommendations, because if it is at all unclear, there are ways that any administration can utilize to adjust things. And as a person who has done casework management before, I'm sorry, but unfortunately, people are going to start taking shortcuts. And if it means denying somebody rather than having their case numbers look bad, because that's what is going to be the focus for most of the people doing the casework management, we want to make sure, even if it means delaying a little bit longer, if that overall makes sure that we protect people who could lose access and have to file all over again, then I would rather that than have a massive unintended consequence that affects everybody.
So Ajay, I think I hear you in wanting to move this, but I do think that the concern about timeline affecting inadvertently, even though USCIS wants to do this.
Add one more point. The meaning of cycle time, which is something which the Commission needs to understand, is the cycle time is an internal measurement goal of the USCIS. It is not saying that within 6 months each case needs to be done. It is saying that the cycle time is USCIS wants to improve processing and following the applications and petitions, and will receive decisions on the cases more quickly. And that is what USCIS wants to improve their cycle time by from many years to 6 months internally.
I want to just, I agree with the need to want to reduce the cycle. Again, I think we're trying to balance two very important issues. One is ensuring a timely management of this. I do think in application and policy sometimes, and separately from where business might look at it, where how can we move and improve cycle times, sometimes in policy we use it as a way to stop people from coming in, and it's a faster way to say no. And I just want to make sure that, especially given all of our communities and all of the various issues, that we look at the inadvertent consequences of the way we might word this, because it is something that what we don't want to do is have an impact in our communities if it's going to create an inadvertent consequence here. Amy?
How long do you think we could get that clarification from the appropriate federal?
The challenge that we have is we need to vote here.
Yeah,
And we can wait to vote in the next meeting, and that would push us to the next quarter, which will be in the fall.
I was wondering if there was a way to say that we are voting with, and with the.
Let's.
With inclusion,
That's a
so
great-
that the appropriate phrase will be worded to assure that whatever it is we're saying, unintended consequences aren't there. It would be like a little caveat there. Would that be appropriate, or?
Is there a consensus on that? Because it's going to require consensus for us to say yes to that. If there's a consensus that we would be willing to do it on this caveat, that we will find the language, you're going to then trust the subcommittee to make sure that they're comfortable with it, but can we do that?
You would still have to bring it back here.
We still have to bring it back here.
Yeah, so I mean, if you were to do a conditional vote, it would be that you all feel comfortable that that the language that you're putting in is going to address all the unintended consequences that you've discussed. It's whether or not you feel comfortable with that.
I
I'm just curious, so if I understand this correctly, we're voting today, then they will go forward and they will be implemented, right? These
No, this is,
recommendations?
this is, yes.
And then, yeah,
This goes to the president, and then
This
the
will-
president will,
Yes.
so the committee is now sending it to the president.
So when I say implement to the president, my point is this. I appreciate that this is an important topic, and I would love, I mean, I know tons of people that are going through this process, and people who've waited years and people who haven't. I also think it's important enough to do it right.
Yeah.
And so for me, given the situation, I'm okay with waiting to make sure it is done and that we dot the i's and cross the t's. If it's 3 months, it's much better than putting something in that is wrong or hurts people. Go ahead.
So are you okay if we say that, not within 6 months, but just like you're pointing to the cycle time that they're saying internally they're going to aim for 6 months. So can we just say, in line with the new cycle goals?
I think that's perfect.
And
we take out the word 6 months.
It doesn't lock us into 6 months.
Yeah.
It's an
Take the
internal
word
goal
6
that
months
CIS has already said. We're never going to be okay locking anyone, another agency, well, I don't know. Well, I don't think we'd be okay telling them, you got to do it in 6 months,
Yeah,
right?
we can reword it.
So why can't we just, that's what he wants.
So what I might recommend is just take a moment, we won't vote on this right now, come back to us with the language change that you're gonna put in that takes out that piece, and then let's just, everybody vote on the same, so we know exactly what we're voting on.
Can I just ask then, what exactly is the recommendation? That we just follow what the USCIS cycle time is already being recommended?
The discussion we had with USCIS was that they said this is what we are planning for. But if you come and recommend the same thing or similar thing, that we follow the 6 month cycle time, do it, it'll put pressure on us and get the work done. So
So if that's true, then what you're
don't
really
you
wanting
want
to
that
say
green
is the
card
6
should
month
be-
timeline.
don't you want the green card should be processed faster? Don't you want that the family backlog should be taken out?
Oh, in spirit, absolutely. I'm just trying to figure out what it is that we're recommending on top of what the USCIS is recommending.
He's just trying to emphasize it. That's all you're doing.
I mean, whether we delay this for 3 months, USCIS is moving forward with this anyway. So 3 months down the road, our recommendations may not have the same impact which it will have today.
I'm really sorry. I feel like I'm missing something. I don't exactly understand the objection to the 6 month timeline. Their backlog is insane. Like their backlog is out of control, and they have significant resources to address the backlog, some of which is being shoved into ICE. And so my question is, like, this is just a recommendation about what we think is best for them to do. And I'm just having a hard time understanding, like, we aren't mandating anything. We're recommending that they follow what they believe they're capable of doing, that they've told the subcommittee they're capable of doing. So what was, I know people have talked about inadvertent consequences and some other things, but in my mind, we're simply reinforcing a message that they're already saying that they think that is possible for them to do, like basically a goal that they already are acknowledging is something that they have the ability to do. Quite frankly, they probably have the ability to do it in 3 months. And we're being very generous in saying 6 months. And so this is a recommendation. It's not a mandate. We can't control what happens. It's simply a recommendation. So I really apologize. I might be really missing something, but I did immigration work for a long time, and I just think this is a very reasonable thing to request.
Smita, are you comfortable?
I mean, I'm comfortable. My whole point just started with, so what happens if they get the 6 months and, if they don't need the 6 months, right? Is it going to be that they kick people out? Is it going to be, are they just going to reject everything because the 6 month timeline isn't met? Is it going to be, how do we assure that, or is it that they're just going to let everyone in, right? I mean, if it's one or the other, or what is the process? What happens if 60% is processed in 6 months, but the other 40% is sitting there? What is that? What happens to that 40% or 5% or 10%? Whatever the answer is, I'm okay with that. I just think we need to have an answer.
Yeah.
Because we don't want it to be they're rejected. That's all I'm saying,
so
is
we
that
updated-
I don't want that.
So we updated the language saying that if USCIS has queries and it's not processed in 6 months, they will continue to process and complete the adjudication of the case in a timely fashion. So we are not stopping the case. There's no unintended consequences. If they have not been able to process, they need more information, they continue to do it in a timely fashion, which leaves an open window for 30 years, 50 years, 100 years.
Yeah, just one
So
other
that
recommendation.
addresses your question, Smita.
In terms of language to add to that, I mean, I think you could just add one line to say, this shall not be used to terminate application of said applicant.
Fine. I mean, we can add that.
If you add that, I don't see what the objection is, and I agree with Naheed that
Yep.
and I agree with you, I think the impact for this is now. But if you guys just take some time and fix that language.
So we've addressed the first point that in timely fashion, it will be educated if there's any queries, and it will continue to be processed. And we'll add one more line, that what you said, and we'll add to that query. So Emmeline, I forwarded that to you.
Okay, we need to move on, so let's go ahead and vote. Look, I'm going to go back first to the belonging, because Smita, you weren't here, to the recommendations on the belonging, inclusion, anti-hate discrimination subcommittees. Everybody voted to move forward with those recommendations? Just need to get your vote on that.
Yes.
Okay. So we're unanimous on that.
So I'm documenting unanimous votes on the 3 recommendations for the Belonging, Inclusion, Anti-Asian Hate, Anti-Asian Discrimination Subcommittee.
So now we are voting, let's go ahead and vote on the immigration, the status subcommittee. So where are we on voting for the recommendations here? So does everybody agree to move forward with the changes per Ajay's language?
Teresita and Carrie have a question.
Oh, Carrie, go ahead, sorry. Did you have a question? Your card is up. Oh, sorry. Teresita.
Can someone just restate what the change?
Yeah.
Because there are several suggestions.
Yeah, I will read it out. The targeted goal for applications to be processed is 6 months, unless there is a query or questions by USCIS. If there's a query or more information needed to process the application, USCIS State Department continue to process the application outside 6 months goal and adjudicate decision in a timely fashion. This is not intended to terminate whatever line you said.
Yeah, if the application is not completed within this timeline, it should not be, the application will not be terminated.
Ongoing.
Ongoing, okay.
Ongoing.
I read that.
Ongoing.
Emmeline, did you get that?
Ongoing. That's usual.
Okay, can you guys, I'm going to hold on voting on this. Can we just get this, can you get to Emmeline, Ajay, can you just work with Emmeline and get that language? I think it would be good so we can read it out effectively.
Sonu, can I just ask you, are we voting for immigration? There's a summary, right? But then there's 9 specific recommendations. So are we voting each of the 9 specific
No.
recommendations?
We have
We're
3
voting on the
recommendations
summary?
that we are moving forward on.
Okay, so, because the first summary of the recommendation kind of includes these 9 factors, right?
Yeah.
But then like, number 4, it says automatic work permit renewals to 540 days. But when you read the text, it says extend from 180-day automatic extension to 365. Is that just
That's
a
it.
math
That's
error?
math error.
So it should just be automatic
540.
work permit renewals to
540.
365? No, to
540.
540.
And
You're
it's,
saying take the automatic 180 days and add another year on top of it?
no, and it has already been implemented by USCIS last week.
540 days?
540
This has already
days,
been
yeah.
implemented? Okay.
It's already been implemented.
Wanted to make-
Mostly all the recommendations that I've seen here, other than, are things that the USCIS is already doing. We're just re-emphasizing
Got it.
that they continue to do that. The only other question here on this, just to keep in mind, is there was a CARP recommendation that Naheed had asked about. Did you all talk about that?
I drafted something.
Yeah,
Okay, so can you, since we need to come back and do this, can you both work with Emmeline just to make sure we know what we're actually voting on? Because I feel like we're a little confused on what we're voting on for this subcommittee.
Right, because each of the 9 ones, they say specifically within 6 months, within 3 months, within 2
Yeah.
months. It doesn't say goal of, which is what he said, the targeted is the word goal, right? That's very different than what's listed out here.
So can we just,
We do have one in advance because they all had consent.
No. We'll come back to the Immigration Citizenship Status Subcommittee. Well, let's just keep moving on Language Access Subcommittee. On the Language Access Subcommittee, the commission discussed the imperative that needs to be addressed ASAP, consider using social media apps predominantly used by AA and NHPI communities, consider language access to subcommittee, engage with the Economic Subcommittee, consider importance of timing regarding timely provision of language access in time, especially during crises. And federal agencies should pay for language access, including paying for community organizations for language translation. So we have here 3 recommendations. I'm just going to read through a summary of these recommendations. That federal government should ensure that emergency disaster prevention planning, response, mitigation, recovery programs are inclusive of and reflective of lived experiences, limited English proficient populations. Recommendation that public and emergency alerts be accessible to persons with limited English proficiency. And recommendations that federal agencies should provide key documents, digital content, and forms on their websites translated into multiple AA and HPI languages. Are we comfortable with these recommendations? Mia?
Is there any way we can add a provision on timeliness to them? Particularly the emergency one?
Within,
I don't really care in terms of, well, I do care, but like, I'll leave it up to you all to decide how long, what timeliness actually means. But I really like, you know, you've seen the ADA, and they say you need to have access, language access, and then it happens 2 months, 3 months down the road. So my suggestion is to have a suggestion on timeliness.
You mean for the public and emergency alerts?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we drafted out a timeline of some tasks that we want them to start doing. And it's right away, actually, because there's a National Advisory Council on emergency alerts on June 7th to 9th. We wanted this recommendation presented there.
Yeah, what
you know.
I meant
No, I
is
think
like
actual
actual
resources.
resources
Uh-uh.
that are being
language, it should
translated
be done in
need to be
24
done
hours.
immediately. That's what I mean. Yeah. The other part, yeah, it's fine. I'm just talking about the actual resources that are coming out need to have like a timeliness factor, or else they're going to be like, oh, we're doing it, but they sent it out like 2 weeks later, and, you know, all of the FEMA grants are done, right? So how do we do this in a timely fashion so that folks get access to it immediately?
Can we just say public and emergency alerts should be promptly accessible to persons? Is that enough?
I'll
Can't
leave
we
that for you
can't we
guys,
just
but-
be aspirational and say it should be the same as with English?
I mean, we're.
Why
one
should
of
we codify a delay? I mean, this is a recommendation,
Sorry?
right?
Yeah.
I'm on board with that. Why not?
I think you should say, I think we should just say along with English at the same time.
Fine with
Yeah,
that. I'm
that's,
just,
can we add that? I don't know how to, what?
I would strongly suggest that we do. I mean, I think we're all on the same page with, you know, noting that this has been something that's been on a shelf for so long. And I think if we really wanted to
Okay.
sharpen those elbows, like Commissioner Blue mentioned, I think it's time to say that it's immediate, right? So if you're going to push something out in English and, you know, whatever emergency alerts, then it should be available in multiple AA and HPI languages.
Would that be in the first sentence there, you could say?
So it should be, alerts should be immediately accessible to persons within.
either immediately or simultaneously. yeah, so-
Simultaneously?
Okay.
Simultaneously.
Great. Emmeline, did we get that?
I'm sorry, I was looking at my
Okay.
I think I have it.
Okay, wait, I think we got it. I think,
Alerts should be simultaneously, alerts should be simultaneously available, is that what you're saying?
yeah.
Accessible, thank you. To persons.
At the same time as the English alerts or something, yeah.
Are we good with these recommendations with that change on timing? Everybody want to vote?
Ajay has a question.
Ajay, do you have a question? Oh, vote, he's voting. Any, it looks like everybody, and Nahid has already voted yes, so she had to leave.
Okay, yes, just for the record, Nahid had to leave, but she votes yes on all recommendations going forward.
No, just.
No, just for this, no.
So she didn't vote on.
Sorry, okay, so for the record, Nahid had to leave, so she's absent for the remainder of votes. She did say that she votes affirmatively for the immigration, the 3 immigration
So
recommendations.
we're not doing immigration yet, so let's hold on that.
If and when you come to that position.
Okay.
point.
So let's just say she's recused because she's not here.
Nahid is recused from the vote. Nahid is recused from the vote. All of the other remaining commissioners vote unanimously.
Correct.
Thank you. On language access recommendations.
I'm going to go ahead and now quickly move to the Economic Subcommittee, Economic Equity Subcommittee. Again, the subcommittee had multiple discussions, approved 2 draft recommendations, and the White House has already, so I think this is the one that we're talking about, hosting AA NHPI economic summits and ensuring that grants as well as other contracts be made available. There's a timeline, I believe, of short, medium, and long-term are made available to AA and HPI communities. There was a lot of conversation in ensuring safety nets, which is what you all are going to look at next. Let's just make sure everybody okay with these recommendations. All right. Show of hands. Can everybody please show your hands?
So show of hands for the Economic Summits recommendation.
Both of them.
One at a, can we do
Okay.
for the record?
Okay, we have to do one at a time.
So I see unanimous, except for Nahid, who is recused for the first one.
And then the second, we didn't do that for all of them, though.
We did.
No, we didn't, because I read through all 3. Oh, so the second one is for contracts and grants be made available, increase the availability of contracts and grants
20% or something, yeah.
by 20%. It's a unanimous.
Unanimous with Nahid recused for economic equity summits and grants recommendations. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have the language for immigration?
I just sent it to you.
Okay.
The last one. It's in your
We
phone.
went back.
Mine.
Oh, what about data design?
Thank you.
Data.
Okay, I'm going to read the revised immigration recommendation from Ajay. The targeted goal for applications to be processed in 6 months unless there's a query or question by the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Youth Services, USCIS. If there is a query or more information needed, USCIS State Department shall continue to process the applications outside the 6-month goal and adjudicate decisions in a timely fashion. If an application is not completed in 6 months, then it will not be terminated and will continue to be processed in a timely fashion ongoing. Does that? All right. Shall we vote on this? Everybody, Robert's very happy to keep moving. Can everybody raise their hands if you agree with the recommendation? All right, we have a.
Backlog?
Yes.
Okay. So just to clarify, this is the immigration citizenship status recommendation concerning the backlog. And we have a
Unanimous.
unanimous vote from the full commission. Thank you.
Can we go? Yeah, please.
का Teriyama, Salamat, Dhanyavad, Sukriya.
Ajay, we're going to test you on it the next time.
Data.
We're going to finish the three and the immigration, and then we'll go to data
This was for the
disaggregation.
immigration.
There's a public charge, and we made changes per Mia's recommendation, which Grace, do we have approval for that? Can everybody raise? We did not vote on any of them, so I just want to make sure. We held off all of those. Can everybody raise their hand if you're okay with the public charge recommendation? Everybody's in agreement? Do you need to say that?
Recording, public charge, unanimous, vote. Thank you.
I have so many readings here. Okay, and then the last one on the Immigration Subcommittee is recommendation that DHS, USCIS reduce internal processing times for family green card applications. Everybody, can we vote on that, please? Everybody raise your hand if you're okay with those?
Is that the one where we're going to add the car?
Yes, did we add that in? Did we get the language? Did we get the language from?
Yes, we got the language from Nani.
Oh, not from me.
I sent her the paragraph, it's there in my email.
Okay, we'll hold on that one again. Let's go to Data Disaggregation Subcommittee. We'll do the last, the two of them have been approved on immigration, and we'll go through and just go ahead and do the Data Disaggregation Subcommittee. Want to make sure that we are all comfortable with the Data Disaggregation Subcommittee. Any comments, any questions? Shall we vote? Are we, there's one. There's two recommendations. Are we doing both recommendations at the same time, or do we have to do one at a time?
One at a time.
Oh my God, you're killing me. Hang on.
Here's the summary.
I do not have it in here. Hang on just a second, sorry about that. No.
Could the subcommittee chairs just quickly tell us summary of the recommendation 1, recommendation 2, so we could put it in the record, please? Thank you, Robert. Go on.
Update the OMB standards.
All right, I'm just gonna read them out here.
Update. You can do just like that.
Okay.
OMB.
Recommendation 1 is recommend update the minimum standards for federal data on race and ethnicity to fulfill its mission to produce full, fair, and accurate data on the status of health, education, labor, immigration, economy, and other vital indicators for all communities in our nation, including AA and NHPI. Recommendation 2, the committee recommends the encouragement of key federal agencies such as OMB, the U.S. Census Bureau, CMS, and National Center for Health Statistics through administrative support and funding to partner with communities and their advocates to ensure optimal gathering, reporting, and access to AA and NHPI data are relevant and usable by these groups. Voting on recommendation 1 on OMB.
I know, it's a tough call. It's a tough call. I'm just doing it for friendship.
Recording unanimous votes with Nahid recused for recommendation 1.
Recommendation 2 on partnering with key federal agencies, encouraging key federal agencies.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, recording unanimous votes on recommendation 2.
I want to just, before we close, I want to sort of at least put one thing out here. I believe that there was, from Michelle and Amy, that we make sure that the subcommittee specifically look at or create a separate group to look at and Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander issues, and making sure that this goes on the record. So we are ensuring that every subcommittee really look hard at that. But if we want to create another subcommittee, or if you want to create within those subcommittees a group that looks at that, please make sure that this goes on the record, that this is important for us to do moving forward. Do you want to create another subcommittee?
Yeah.
You all have a lot of, do you want to be on another subcommittee? It's a question for you. It's a quick discussion we can have. Do you want to create another subcommittee, or do you want to ensure that every subcommittee includes it? That's a question.
I would propose that it be embedded, yeah.
Huh?
You can do both. You can do both.
I support creation of another subcommittee.
Yeah.
Because there's I was in Fiji 2 weeks back, and there's a very specific issue in that island region, health and economic and everything, which may not align with every other issue. So I support the creation of a subcommittee for Native Hawaiians and
And you can do both. We can still ask the other subcommittees to provide information and focus on that and give it to the other group. Maybe
Okay.
there's-
Just to keep in mind, I want to just caution all of us on the number of subcommittees you all are on. And that we have a limited number of DFOs that can work with us. So or if you want to create a subcommittee, it's fine. I would urge you all to just recognize that we're going to have a limited amount of support, because our DFOs are changing, and that's going to just take a little bit. So it's up to you on how you want to do it, Amy, but I might recommend that every subcommittee specifically look at Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander issues for the next meeting, that we actually have and report on what we have done in each of the subcommittees on that. But I put it out there as a question for the rest of the
I'd
subcommittee.
like to try and to both have a subcommittee and have have a new subcommittee and have all the other subcommittees comment on it and see how well we do.
Okay.
Can I ask a question just in terms of, I mean, I think this also brings up how we collaborate with one another across committees, because, I mean, whether we create a new committee or we want to try to get input on, language access or data disaggregation. I mean, I'm trying to figure out the structure to work across committees. I mean, is there a way for us to do, how do we do?
Yes, so that's a great question, and you can actually, you can do that. You can have the different subcommittees, like representatives from your committees meet. What you want to make sure is that you don't have more than half of the committee or meeting together.
Yeah.
Because then you're going to run into you're actually a commission meeting, like an unpublic commission meeting.
How about if I recommend this, that I think it's great that every committee looks at it, and then if there are specific issues that don't fit in a particular committee, I'm going to recommend that we put it in the committee around belonging and inclusion,
Okay.
right? So I think that the difficult part is where some of those things might not fit. So given the title of this community, if it doesn't fit nicely in economic or health or immigration, et cetera, then we will add it to the committee, and I will commit myself, and I'll volunteer Reynard to help me on the Pacific Islander issues, that we include those things that we cannot fit into existing committees, into the Committee of Belonging, Inclusion, Asian hate, anti-discrimination.
Yeah,
Make sense?
We accept.
It's a structural issue, because there's only 3 Pacific Islanders, the 3 of us. So if you're going to recommend that it be specifically attended to in each committee, then basically one of us is going to be consulted by each committee on something, and that's okay. On the other hand, if you start a separate committee, then it's just the 3 of us again, and so it's either one or the other, and I recommend we go with Michelle for the first round and see how it works.
Does that work? All of that, Robert said the A team agrees with you. This part of the A team agrees with you. I think it's important, again, it's just to put on the record, it's important that we make sure, so where you feel like it doesn't fit within your subcommittee or you want to have a further conversation, please make sure that the Inclusion Belonging Subcommittee is having that conversation and discussing it. So this is just an important conversation, and it's something that's come up several times during this meeting, and we just need to make sure our communities are adequately getting full representation.
Of course, a site visit would be the optimum solution.
I mean, at least for me, and I can only speak for myself, if I went to the site, I might not come back. So it would be highly recommended, and I just might not come back after that. I'm going to have Emily answer that, yeah.
Do you create like kind of an executive subcommittee.
Yeah, so you can either choose, you can choose any member from the subcommittee to represent.
Create an
Yeah,
inter-subcommittee.
right.
You could have other people from subcommittees join into your subcommittee to have that conversation. Now, a lot of your topics have been made public, and I think each of you listed all the issues that you're working on and who you wanted to work with. So you could now collaborate, and the only thing is any one subcommittee, I think to Emmeline's point, any one subcommittee can't look like, when you're collaborating, like the commission is meeting. So it's got to be enough that it's less than.
How many people is that?
It has to be less than 12.
Less than 12.
Yeah, it's big. But you all want to add more people to your subcommittees. I just want to be clear.
Right, so that's the other benefit. If you have other subcommittees and there are fewer members, you can actually bring in other experts or representatives who you want to come to serve.
Yeah. So, I just want to say, I thank you to each of you, because the amount of work that went into the amount of paper that is here was not a small amount of work. Oh, yeah, we have to finish the last immigration one. Do we have the language? Oh, you sent it to me, okay. All right, here we go. No, I don't have the last immigration. Here we go. Reduce internal processing times for family green card applications, including establishing time limitations on delta of green card and citizenship applications affected by the controlled application. Am I missing something? For review and resolutions, which got lost. Controlled application review and resolution program. I don't understand anything that was just written here, but I will, can someone explain what was just written?
So she was talking about certain special cases, which this control program which happens, and those special cases are taking years and years and years. So she wanted to insert this line that there's also focus and awareness on this particular kind of cases, and they're reviewed and
Excellent.
adjudicated. So.
Okay, so is that Naheed who wanted
Yeah.
to add those things?
Yeah.
Okay, so here's my concern. I'm not trying to be a wet blanket, but Naheed is not here. She's not here to speak for herself.
Oh, she wrote it down, that handwriting, this note, she wrote it down, she gave me, and then she said it to you, she approves it.
So,
When we ask the question, she can't confirm.
yeah.
Right.
You confirmed it, but she can't.
So can I make a recommendation that we move forward with the recommendation as is for the next committee meeting? That if you have a recommendation specifically on this, that we add that in
Okay, that's fine.
next time?
Yeah,
So
then we
let's
can add
vote
it.
on this recommendation for now, and then add the card recommendation in later after we've had deliberation, because I don't think it's fair not to have deliberation on that. And it's just a recommendation, and the person who recommended it is not here. So let's put on the record that we vote on the current recommendation. If there's anything further, we will bring it to the next commission
fair.
meeting. Does that work? Okay.
She would have voted yes. But she's.
But then you have to
she gave
recuse her from
proxy
this
to
one.
vote yes in advance. I'm sorry, excuse me.
I have a technical issue here.
Sonal, can I ask one question? Can we move forward with the recommendation without this one line from Naheed, which means that we lose one vote, but we continue with the rest of the recommendation? Okay, sure.
I haven't seen that room yet.
Okay, so before Naheed left, she provided a positive vote on her revised language. Because she's not here, and she does not know that you're voting on the original, she will be noted as, on the record as being recused. Okay?
Okay. So, okay. So the original is that we're going to increase processing times for family green card applications. Decrease, sorry. So listen, let me just read it. We're going to reduce. Thank you for catching on that. Reduce internal processing times for family green card applications. Everybody vote on that? All right, we are voting on reducing internal processing times for family green card applications.
Okay, so can you put your hands up if you're voting yes, and Emily, are you voting yes or no?
Okay. Recording unanimous vote with Naheed recused from the vote because she had moved for an amendment, which we're not voting on. So we're back to the original so that the record is clear. Thank you. This is on the reducing the family backlog.
I just want to say it's 6 o'clock.
So I want to bring one more item.
Yeah.
One of our commissioner, Kamal, has on every Thursday he's serving as a doctor, and he has in the hospital he has to be there. And because of that, he had to leave the health subcommittee because he's not able to attend the meetings on that time. His experience on mental health, his experience as a doctor is very valuable. So I would request the commission to see if there's a possibility to adjust the timeline, the meeting time for health committee so that Kamal can join and provide his valuable experience.
So I think we'd like to keep you on the health subcommittee, Kamal. If everybody's okay with that, do we have to vote on this? No, we don't need to vote on this, so we should, it's a scheduling thing. So let me just, all right, I know we all want to leave, so give me just 2 more minutes. Just want to make sure the votes are concluded, so I have to do this officially. Everybody has voted on moving forward with the recommendations per amendments as were included. And there were multiple cross-cutting issues that we discussed, language access issues in outreach related to anti-Asian hate, including law enforcement, community-based organizations to encourage hate crime reporting, PSAs, public charge, and outreach from the business community, anti-Asian hate impact on mental health, and tying in possible PSAs to address this, particularly geared towards youth. Disaggregation of data is significant because AA and HPI communities have been disparately impacted by anti-Asian hate, health access, including the ACA and COVID-19, in immigration, on language, and will help to address economic disparity amongst our communities. NHPI-related issues are included in all of the subcommittee areas, but not always highlighted. And there are some issues outside of the current commission scope. Data disaggregation will be essential in elevating NHPI community in the way it is deserved. AA and HPI, including COFA citizens, make up a large portion of caregivers, which touches on immigration, health, and economic equity issues. And finally, AA and HPI undocumented workers should be getting health benefits, economic prospects, and ability to access immigration benefits, including work permits. I think we covered it all? All right. I think you all are just tired, so you're saying yes. I'm just saying. But I do want to say thank you for all of the hard work, and please do consider reducing the number of meetings so we can give our DFOs a
You mean
chance.
increasing?
That one I got right. That one I got right. But I thank you all for the amount of time and for the incredible and the value of the discussion today. I think it's important that our communities hear about it, but it's also important for us to be having this public conversation. So thank you for all of the work you've put in, and I look forward to seeing you all at dinner. And this meeting is adjourned.
Adjourn the meeting.